This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I know nobody's going to believe this. I've barely told anyone because I sound insane when I try to explain it. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened 3 months ago on my 21st birthday. I've always had this weird feeling I wouldn't make it to 21. Since I was a teenager, I just had this knowing. It wasn't depression or anything, just this strange certainty that I wouldn't reach this milestone. I never told my parents because I didn't want to worry them, but my closest friends knew about it. I'm Catholic, not super devout or anything, but I believe. That morning, I found myself praying harder than usual. I even took the small bottle of holy water my grandmother had given me years ago and sprinkled some in my car. Looking back, it's like some part of me knew what was coming. My friends Laura and Jake had planned a night out for my birthday. Nothing crazy, just dinner at this nice restaurant about an hour away, and then maybe hitting a bar after since I could finally drink legally. Laura picked me up around 4 p.m. in her Mini Cooper. Jake was already in the passenger seat, so I climbed in the back. The whole time we were driving, I couldn't shake this feeling of dread. My stomach was in knots. Laura kept asking if I was okay, and I just blamed it on being nervous about turning 21. I didn't want to be a downer on my own birthday, but I kept fidgeting with my rosary beads in my pocket, saying silent prayers. We hit the interstate around 4:45 p.m. Friday rush hour traffic was brutal. Cars everywhere, people speeding, cutting each other off, typical end-of-week madness. Laura was trying to navigate through it all, and I remember feeling tense watching how close other cars were getting to us. About 20 minutes into the drive, we needed to move over a lane to make our exit that was coming up in a couple miles. Laura put her blinker on and started looking for an opening. "There's a gap coming up," Jake said, checking the mirrors. Laura started to edge over, but then Jake suddenly yelled, Wait, car coming up fast." I turned my head and saw this blue sedan flying up the lane we were trying to merge into. Had to be going at least 85 in heavy traffic. Laura pulled back into our lane, but the blue car swerved at the last second and cut right in front of us. Laura slammed on the brakes and jerked the wheel. I remember the screech of tires and the feeling of weightlessness as the Mini started to spin. Everything went into slow motion. I saw Jake bracing against the dashboard. Laura's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I remember thinking with complete clarity, this is it. This is why I always knew I wouldn't make it to 21. We spun multiple times across 3 lanes of traffic. I was sure we were going to get T-boned by another car at any second. The last thing I remember before we hit the guardrail was closing my eyes and whispering, "Hail Mary, full of grace." The impact wasn't as bad as I expected. The airbags deployed, and there was this moment of absolute silence after the chaos. My ears were ringing. I could taste blood where I'd bitten my lip. We'd hit the right side guardrail and come to a stop. "Is everyone okay?" Laura's voice was shaking. Jake groaned. "I think so." I patted myself down in disbelief. Besides being sore where the seatbelt had dug into my shoulder and chest, I seemed fine. No major injuries. We sat there for maybe 30 seconds, just breathing and processing what had happened. Then Laura said we should probably get out of the car to check the damage and exchange information with the blue sedan if they'd stopped. I unbuckled my seatbelt and pushed open my door. My legs felt wobbly as I stood up. The front of the Mini was crumpled against the guardrail, but it wasn't completely destroyed. Steam was hissing from under the hood. That's when I noticed something was wrong. Very wrong. The highway was empty. Not just our section. As far as I could see in both directions, there wasn't a single car. Just moments before, we'd been surrounded by hundreds of vehicles in Friday afternoon rush hour traffic. Now, there was nothing. No sound of engines, no distant honking, nothing. "Where is everyone?" Jake asked, looking around in confusion. Laura was standing in the middle of the lane, turning in a slow circle. What the hell? My skin prickled with goosebumps. The air felt different, heavy, like when you're about to get a migraine and everything seems slightly off. The colors around us seemed flatter somehow, less vibrant, and there was this pressure in my ears, like when you're on an airplane and need to pop them. "This isn't right," I whispered. My voice sounded strange, like it was being swallowed up by the emptiness around us. We stood there in the middle of the highway, 3 tiny figures in this vast emptiness that should have been packed with cars. I kept expecting to see headlights appear in the distance, to hear the roar of engines approaching, but there was nothing. "Maybe there was an evacuation," Jake suggested, but his voice was uncertain. "Like a chemical spill or something?" "In the 2 minutes we were spun out?" Laura shook her head. "Not possible. And wouldn't we have heard sirens or announcements?" I felt a cold certainty settling in my stomach. "We died," I said quietly. "We died in that crash." They both looked at me like I was crazy, but I couldn't shake the feeling. This explained everything, why I'd always known I wouldn't make it to 21, because I didn't. Not really. "Don't be ridiculous," Laura said, but her voice wavered. "We're fine. We're just in shock." "Then where is everyone?" I demanded. "Where are all the cars that were here literally 2 minutes ago? Where's the blue sedan that cut us off? This makes no sense." Jake walked to the edge of the highway and looked down at the city below. "The lights are on down there. I can see cars moving on the streets. It's just the highway that's empty." That made it even weirder. If there was some emergency that cleared the highway, why were things normal everywhere else? I don't know how long we stood there debating what could have happened. Maybe 3 minutes total. Then, as suddenly as it had disappeared, the traffic returned. It didn't gradually come back. 1 second the highway was empty, and the next, cars were everywhere, speeding past us, honking, swerving around our damaged Mini Cooper. It was like someone had hit play on a paused video. We stumbled back to the shoulder, shocked at the sudden reappearance of traffic. A truck driver pulled over and asked if we needed help. He acted completely normal, like nothing strange had happened. When Laura asked him if he'd noticed anything weird about the traffic, he just looked confused and said he'd been stuck in the same rush hour jam for the past hour. Eventually, we called a tow truck and got the Mini Cooper taken to a repair shop. Laura's parents came to pick us up. We didn't tell them about the empty highway, just about the accident. How could we explain something we didn't understand ourselves? That night, instead of celebrating my birthday, the 3 of us sat in my living room, Googling every possible explanation for what we'd experienced. That's when we stumbled across articles about quantum immortality. The theory goes something like this. In a multiverse where every possible outcome happens in different realities, your consciousness can only experience versions of reality where you survive. If you die in one reality, your consciousness jumps to a parallel universe where you survived that same event. You don't notice the jump because it's instantaneous from your perspective. What if we did die in that crash on the original highway? What if the blue sedan caused a massive pileup that killed us instantly? And in that moment, our consciousness shifted to a parallel reality where we survived, and the empty highway was just the glitch, I guess, between realities. It sounds insane typing it out like this, but I can't stop thinking about it, about the fact that I was so certain I wouldn't reach 21, and then the moment I did, this impossible thing happened. I've been having nightmares ever since, dreams where I see multiple versions of myself dying in different ways in that crash. Sometimes I wake up gasping for breath, feeling like I've been torn in half. And there are these weird moments during the day when everything seems slightly wrong, like the color of my bedroom wall isn't quite the same shade it used to be, or my dog reacts differently to things than he did before. Laura and Jake have been experiencing strange things too. Laura says her left-handedness is more pronounced now when she used to be somewhat ambidextrous. Jake found a scar on his arm that he swears wasn't there before. Small details that don't quite match up with our memories. We've agreed not to talk about it with anyone else. Who would believe us? Sometimes I'm not even sure I believe it myself. Maybe we all just experienced some kind of shared hallucination from the trauma of the crash. But then I remember the absolute emptiness of that highway. The strange quality of the air, the feeling that we were standing in a place that wasn't quite real. And I know what I experienced. I've done a lot of reading about quantum physics since then, trying to understand. Most of it goes over my head, but the basic concept makes a weird kind of sense. If there are infinite realities branching off with every decision or random event, then maybe consciousness can slip between them under certain conditions. The worst part is not knowing for sure. Are we dead in our original reality? Are our parents and friends mourning us there while we continue on in this slightly different version of our world? Or was it all just some bizarre perceptual glitch caused by adrenaline and fear? Sometimes I find myself looking for differences, proof that this isn't the same reality I grew up in. Last week, I could have sworn my favorite coffee shop was on a different corner than it is now. My mom says it's always been there, but I remember it differently. I still pray, but it feels different now. What am I even praying to? If God exists across all these realities, does he know what happened to us? Does he guide these transitions? I turned 21 that day, but sometimes I feel ancient now, like I've lived and died and somehow continued on. Laura, Jake, and I don't hang out as much anymore. I think we remind each other too much of that day, of the questions we can't answer. So that's my story. I know it sounds impossible. Maybe it is. Maybe there's a perfectly logical explanation for what happened on that highway. But I know what I experienced, and 3 months later, I still can't explain it. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? A moment where reality seemed to glitch around you? Sometimes I think there must be others out there who've slipped between realities and noticed the transition. I just need to know I'm not alone in this. I've been hesitating to post this for months now. I'm not a superstitious person. I never have been. I'm 32, work in marketing, and consider myself pretty grounded. My partner Jen and I have been together for 3 years, living in our downtown apartment for the last 2. It's a decent place in an old building. Nothing special, but nothing that would make you think twice about moving in. But something's wrong with this place. Seriously wrong. I can't explain it. And it's driving us both crazy. It started with small things about 6 months after we moved in. Keys not being where we left them. A coffee mug appearing on a shelf when we both distinctly remembered putting it in the dishwasher. Little stuff that's easy to brush off. Oh, I must have forgotten, or maybe you moved it and don't remember. But then it got weirder. A book I was reading vanished from my nightstand. I tore apart the bedroom looking for it, checked under the bed, behind the dresser, everywhere. 2 weeks later, it showed up in the linen closet, tucked between towels we use daily. There's no way either of us put it there. Jen started noticing too. Her favorite earrings disappeared from her jewelry box, only to turn up inside a cereal box in the pantry, an unopened cereal box. We stood in the kitchen staring at each other like we'd lost our minds. We started keeping track after that. In the past year, we've documented 37 separate incidents of objects disappearing and reappearing in impossible places. We're not talking about normal misplacing of things. These are objects that vanish from one spot and materialize in another where they physically couldn't have gotten there by any logical means. But the glasses incident was what finally pushed me over the edge. It happened last month, and I still can't stop thinking about it. Jen has these tortoise-shell blue light glasses she wears when she's working late on her laptop. They're pretty distinctive, dark brown with these small gold accents on the sides. That night, we were heading out to meet friends for dinner. I was by the door, putting on my shoes, when Jen walked into the living room. She had her tote bag over her shoulder, one of those canvas ones, and was going through her mental checklist of things she needed. I watched her take off the glasses. She'd been answering emails right up until we left, and drop them into her bag. I literally saw them go in. She was standing in the middle of the living room, this completely open space with nowhere for anything to fall or get caught. No furniture nearby, no rug with folds to hide things, nothing. Just the hardwood floor. She walked the 3 feet to where I was standing by the front door and suddenly got that look on her face, the one that says she's forgotten something. She reached into her bag, frowned, and then started digging more frantically. "My glasses," she said. "I just put them in here." I nodded. "Yeah, I saw you do it, like 5 seconds ago." She dumped the entire contents of her bag onto the floor right there. Everything spilled out: wallet, phone, keys, lip balm, a pack of gum, some receipts, no glasses. "They were just in my hand," she insisted. "You saw me put them in the bag." We both got down on our hands and knees. We checked under the small table by the door, looked to see if they'd somehow slid across the hardwood. Nothing. We went back to the middle of the living room where she'd been standing. Nothing there either. We checked the couch, even though she hadn't been anywhere near it. We checked the kitchen counter, the bathroom, the bedroom. We spent 20 minutes searching every inch of that apartment. The glasses had simply vanished. We were late meeting our friends, and the whole night I couldn't focus on anything. It wasn't just that the glasses were missing. It was that I had watched them go into the bag. There was no logical explanation. For weeks afterward, we kept looking. We moved furniture, checked inside cushions, behind radiators, everywhere. No glasses. Jen was pissed because they weren't cheap, and she needed them for work. Eventually, she ordered a new pair. Then last week, it happened. I was reorganizing our shoe rack by the front door, one of those 3-tiered wooden ones. It's been sitting in the exact same spot since we moved in, never been moved. I noticed some dust had accumulated underneath, so I lifted the whole thing to vacuum, and there they were. Jen's tortoiseshell glasses, sitting perfectly on the carpet behind the shoe rack. I just stood there, vacuum in one hand, staring at them. They weren't bent or dusty or damaged. They looked like they'd been placed there deliberately, carefully, not like they'd fallen or been kicked there accidentally. But it was physically impossible. The glasses weren't near the door when they disappeared. Jen was in the middle of the living room when she put them in her bag. The bag wasn't emptied anywhere near the shoe rack. and even if somehow they'd fallen out of her bag unnoticed, which couldn't have happened because we emptied the bag completely. The shoe rack sits flush against the wall, with barely a centimeter of space behind it. There's no way the glasses could have slid underneath or behind it, without someone deliberately placing them there. When Jen got home and I showed her, she got really quiet. We both just sat on the couch, not saying anything for a long time. Because what could we say? There's no explanation that makes sense. That night in bed, we finally talked about all of it, all the disappearances, all the impossible reappearances. Jen admitted she'd been keeping her own mental list separate from our shared one. Things I didn't even know about, her moisturizer vanishing from the bathroom counter and showing up in the oven. A necklace her grandmother gave her disappearing from her jewelry box and reappearing inside a zipped pocket of a jacket she hadn't worn in months. "Do you think it's someone messing with us?" she asked. "Like someone has a key to our apartment?" I'd considered that. Of course I had. But it doesn't make sense. Some of the disappearances happen when one of us is home alone. Some happen when we're both watching, like the glasses. And why would someone break in just to move our stuff around? Nothing valuable has ever been stolen. Just moved or temporarily vanished. "I think there's something wrong with this place," I told her. "Something about the apartment itself. We've started researching the building's history. It's about 100 years old, but nothing tragic or dramatic seems to have happened here. No murders or suicides in our unit that we can find records of. No previous tenants reporting anything strange. It's just a normal apartment building in a normal neighborhood. But normal doesn't explain what's happening to us." Last week, I was making coffee and set my mug down on the counter while I got the milk from the fridge. I turned back, and the mug was gone. I'm not talking about me forgetting where I put it. I'm talking about it vanishing in the 10 seconds my back was turned. I found it 2 hours later in the bathroom sink. 2 days ago, Jen's watch disappeared from her wrist while she was cooking dinner. She felt it slide off, heard it hit the floor. But when we looked, it wasn't there. We haven't found that one yet. We're starting to feel like we're losing our minds. We've checked for gas leaks, carbon monoxide, anything that might be causing hallucinations or memory problems. Nothing. We've had friends over who've witnessed things move. A remote control that was on the coffee table suddenly appearing in the fridge. They're freaked out too. The thing that scares me most is wondering if this, whatever it is, will follow us when we move. Because we are moving as soon as our lease is up next month. I can't live like this anymore, constantly questioning my own perception of reality, wondering if the keys I just set down will still be there when I turn around. But what if it's not the apartment? What if it's us? What if we're somehow causing this? I've gone down internet rabbit holes about quantum physics and parallel universes, and the theory that reality isn't fixed, that objects can exist in multiple states or places simultaneously. I've read about people who claim to generate poltergeist activity when under stress. None of it helps explain what's happening to us. Jen thinks maybe there are thin spots in our apartment, places where reality is weaker, where things can slip through to somewhere else, and then slip back. She jokes about apartment gremlins stealing our stuff, but I can tell she's as frightened as I am. Yesterday morning, I woke up and my pillow was gone. The one I'd been sleeping on all night. Just gone. I found it in the bathtub, completely dry, perfectly placed. Jen swears she didn't move it, and I believe her. Why would she? We've started taking pictures of where we place important things, keys, wallets, phones. We put sticky notes on drawers listing exactly what's inside. We're trying to document the patterns, to see if there's any logic to when and where things vanish and reappear. So far, we've found nothing consistent. The lease on our new place starts in 3 weeks. I'm counting down the days. But there's this nagging fear I can't shake. What if we move and it gets worse? What if the apartment isn't the problem at all? Last night, something new happened. I was alone. Jen was working late. I was sitting on the couch watching TV when I heard footsteps in the hallway outside our bedroom. Clear as day, someone walking. I called out Jen's name, thinking maybe she'd come home early, but there was no answer. I got up to check, and as I walked toward the bedroom, the bathroom door slammed shut. Not like from a draft, like someone had grabbed the handle and yanked it closed. I stood there frozen, heart pounding. I couldn't bring myself to open that door for almost an hour. When I finally did, the bathroom was empty, but my toothbrush, which I know had been in the holder on the sink, was sitting in the middle of the floor. I haven't told Jen about that yet. I don't want to scare her more than she already is. I'm writing this all down now, partly to keep a record, and partly because I'm hoping someone out there has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. That there's an explanation for objects that vanish and reappear in physically impossible locations. That there's a reason why our apartment seems to exist in some kind of quantum flux, where the normal rules of reality don't quite apply. 3 more weeks, then we're out of here. I just hope whatever is happening stays behind when we go. But last night I dreamed I was standing in our new apartment, unpacking boxes, and when I turned around, all our furniture had vanished. And in the middle of the empty living room floor sat Jen's tortoise-shell glasses, the ones that had disappeared and reappeared once before. I woke up in a cold sweat, convinced that whatever is happening, it isn't going to end when we turn in our keys. I don't even know where to begin with this. I've been dealing with this for almost 2 years now, and I'm starting to seriously question my sanity. I live in Ravenna, Ohio. Nothing special, just a small city with about 11,000 people. It's the kind of place where you might occasionally run into someone you know at the grocery store. But what's been happening to me goes way beyond normal coincidences. It started when I was working at Circle K. We'd get all types coming through, the regulars getting their morning coffee, teenagers buying energy drinks, and the occasional odd character. One of those characters was this older guy, maybe in his 60s, who lived in the government housing downtown. The first few times he came in, I didn't think much of it. He'd buy cigarettes or a soda, sometimes lottery tickets. But then he started talking to me. At first, it was just random small talk, but it quickly became apparent that something wasn't quite right with him. He'd start conversations that made no sense, jumping from religion to government conspiracies to weird claims about himself. During one of these rambling sessions, he told me his name was Doubloon, pronounced Doubloon. I'm pretty sure that's not his actual name. It was just something he said during one of his weirder rants about how he was part of some secret organization. The name stuck in my head, and that's what I've called him ever since. I quit that Circle K job about 1.5 years ago. I thought I'd stop seeing doubloons so often. Boy, was I wrong. The first time it happened, I was driving down Main Street. I was approaching a crosswalk and suddenly, there he was, stepping right out in front of my car. I slammed on the brakes, heart pounding. He just walked across, not even looking at me, like he hadn't nearly caused an accident. I brushed it off as a coincidence. Ravenna isn't that big after all. But then it happened again, and again, and again. Almost every time I drove through town, doubloon would step out in front of my car. Not always at crosswalks, sometimes just randomly in the middle of the street. Sometimes I'd be on side streets I rarely drive down, and there he'd be. At first, I thought maybe he just had a regular routine, walking around town at certain times, but the timing never made sense. I'd drive through at 8 a.m. one day, 2 p.m. another, 7 p.m. another, and there he was, every single time. It didn't matter what day of the week or what time of day. What really started to freak me out was when I realized he was appearing in front of me no matter what car I was driving. I'd borrow my mom's car. There's doubloon. I'd be in my boyfriend's truck with tinted windows. There's doubloon. I even rented a car once when mine was in the shop, and sure enough, he stepped out in front of me that day too. Here's the part that really messes with my head. I never see him walking on the sidewalk before he crosses. He just appears. 1 second the road is clear, and the next he's right there in front of my car. I'm not an unobservant person. I'm actually pretty vigilant while driving, especially now that I'm constantly on edge expecting him to pop up. But I never see him approaching. He materializes like some kind of glitch. Last week, I was at the drive-through ATM at Huntington Bank. I finished my transaction and pulled up to the light to exit onto the main road. The light was still red, and I was checking my phone while waiting. I glanced up, and the light was still red, but there was doubloon, stepping off the curb directly in front of my car. Where did he come from? The bank parking lot was empty except for me. There's no sidewalk leading to that spot. No buildings nearby he could have exited from. He just appeared. The worst part is that he never acknowledges me, never waves, never makes eye contact, just crosses the street like I'm not even there. Back when he was a customer at Circle K, he'd recognize me, talk to me, however bizarrely. Now it's like I'm invisible to him, even as he's inescapable to me. But it's not just doubloon. There's this other guy, the owner of the laundromat on the east side of town. I've only been to his laundromat once, about 2 years ago, when my washer broke down. I met him briefly then. He's a middle-aged guy with a distinctive gray mustache and these thick glasses. Since then, I see this guy at Giant Eagle grocery store all the time. Not shopping, not checking out, always just standing in front of the registers. Not in line, just standing there. I go to Giant Eagle maybe twice a week, and I swear he's there at least 80% of the time. Always in the same spot, always just standing there. One time, I actually said something to him like, "Hey, don't you own the laundromat?" He gave me this weird look and just nodded, then walked away. Didn't say a word. How is it possible that this guy is at the grocery store that often? Doesn't he have a business to run? And why is he always in the exact same spot? I've started testing this. I've gone to Giant Eagle at opening time, 6 a.m. He's there. I've gone at 10 p.m. just before closing. He's there. I've gone on holidays when the store has limited hours. He's there. It's like he's stationed there, like some kind of, I don't know, checkpoint. There are others too, but these two are the most consistent, the most impossible to explain away. A woman with bright red hair who's always at the gas station when I fill up. A teenage boy with a skateboard who's always sitting on the same bench at the park, no matter the weather. An elderly couple who are always walking their golden retriever past my apartment at exactly 3:17 p.m. I've started keeping a log. In the last month, I've seen doubloon step in front of my car 19 times out of 22 trips through downtown. The laundromat guy was at Giant Eagle 11 out of 14 visits. The red-haired woman was at the gas station 8 out of 9 times I stopped for gas. These aren't normal coincidences. The statistical probability is, I don't even know how to calculate it, but it's got to be astronomical. I've started taking different routes, going to different stores, changing up my schedule. It doesn't matter. They find me, or I find them, or we're programmed to intersect. I don't even know anymore. I've told a few friends about this. Some think I'm just being paranoid, noticing patterns that aren't really there. Others joke that I'm living in the Truman Show, that my life is some kind of reality TV show, and these people are actors placed there to create a believable world for me. I laughed it off at first, but the Truman Show comparison has started to haunt me. What if there is something artificial about my reality? What if these people are like NPCs in a game, programmed to cross my path at certain intervals? I should mention that I've always been sensitive to weird stuff. When I was 12, my mom took me to this woman who did past life regression therapy. I know how that sounds, but it was a deeply unsettling experience. During the session, I vividly recalled details of a life in the 1800s, specific details about a small town in Pennsylvania that I later looked up and confirmed were accurate. I described a house that I'd never seen before in this life, down to the unusual door handles and the pattern of the tile in the kitchen. After that experience, I've had other brushes with what most people would call paranormal. Knowing who's calling before I check my phone, dreaming about events before they happen, feeling presences in certain places. Nothing major or movie-worthy, just enough to make me question whether there's more to reality than what we normally perceive. So when these impossible coincidences started happening, part of me wondered if it was some kind of spiritual signal. Maybe I'm on the right path in life, and these recurring patterns are confirmation of that. Or maybe I'm stuck in some kind of loop, and I need to make a major change to break free. But these explanations don't really satisfy me anymore. They don't explain how doubloon can possibly appear in front of my car so consistently, no matter where or when I'm driving. They don't explain how the laundromat guy can always be at Giant Eagle, regardless of the day or time. I've started watching them more closely, trying to catch them in the act of, switching positions, teleporting, breaking character. I've changed my routine drastically, going to stores at odd hours, taking back roads I've never used before. It doesn't help. Last Thursday, I decided to follow doubloon after he crossed in front of my car. I parked quickly and tried to catch up to him on foot. He turned a corner, and by the time I reached the same corner, maybe 5 seconds later, he was gone, completely vanished. It was a long, straight street with nowhere to hide, no doorways he could have entered, no alleys he could have ducked into. He was just gone. The next day, I was at the library researching local history, partly to distract myself, partly to see if I could find any clues about what might be happening. I was deep in the stacks where nobody else was around, and I heard someone shuffling on the other side of the bookshelf. I peeked through the gap between books, and I swear it was the laundromat guy. I quickly walked around to confront him, but when I got there, no one was there. The library was nearly empty that day, and I checked every aisle. He wasn't anywhere in the building. I'm starting to feel like I'm losing my mind. Am I hallucinating these encounters? But they're so specific, so consistent. And sometimes other people are around to witness them too, like when doubloon crosses in front of my car while other drivers are watching. They see him too. He's real. Yesterday was the breaking point for me. I was driving home from work, taking a completely new route, a back way through a residential area I never use. I came to a 4-way stop at a quiet intersection. No other cars around. As I started to accelerate through the intersection, Doubloon stepped off the curb right in front of me. I slammed on the brakes so hard my coffee spilled all over the passenger seat. But this time was different. As he crossed, he looked directly at me, and he smiled. Not a friendly smile, a knowing smile, like he was fully aware of the impossibility of his presence there, and he was enjoying my reaction. I sat there, frozen, as he reached the other side of the street. Then he turned and walked between two houses, disappearing from view. I quickly pulled over, got out of my car, and ran to where he'd gone. There was nothing there, just a solid fence between the houses, no gate, no opening, nowhere he could have gone. I got back in my car and just sat there, shaking. This isn't coincidence. This isn't my imagination. Something is happening, something I can't explain. After I got home, I pulled out my phone and started typing this. I need to document all of this before I really do lose my mind. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. Maybe someone has answers. Or maybe I really am in some kind of Truman Show situation, and posting this online will trigger some kind of reset or intervention from whoever's running this simulation. I don't know. All I know is that Doubloon will be there tomorrow, stepping in front of my car. The laundromat guy will be standing in front of the registers at Giant Eagle. The red-haired woman will be at the gas station. And I still have no idea why. I still can't explain what happened with those damn playing cards. It's been over 20 years, and I've gone through every possible explanation in my head thousands of times. I'm a rational guy. I work in software development. I believe in science and logic. But what happened that weekend in April 2003 makes absolutely no sense. I had bought 2 identical decks of cards from a gift shop at the Bellagio when I was in Vegas for a conference about 6 months earlier. Both had the same Bellagio logo on the back. Both were individually shrink-wrapped. Nothing special about them. I'm not even much of a card player, but they were a nice souvenir, and I figured they'd come in handy someday. I put them in the drawer of my bedside table when I got home and honestly forgot about them. That Friday night, a few buddies from work came over to my place for some beers and poker. We'd been planning this guy's night for weeks. My friend Mike suggested poker, and I remembered I had those unopened decks. I grabbed one of the decks from my drawer, left it still wrapped while we set up the chips and drinks in the living room. We ordered pizza, cracked open some beers, and when everyone was settled, I tore off the shrink wrap and opened the box. The cards were stiff and new, with that distinct smell of fresh cards. I remember shuffling them a few times to loosen them up. Everything was totally normal for the first hour or so. We played a few hands, everyone losing and winning a bit. Then around 9:30, something weird happened. Mike was dealing a hand of Texas Hold'em, and as he was about to deal the river card, the 5th community card, he paused. "Hang on," he said, looking confused. He started counting the cards in the deck. "What's up?" I asked. I think we're missing a card." We all laughed, assuming he'd miscounted or some cards had stuck together, but Mike was insistent. He spread all the cards face up on the table and started sorting them by suit and value. And sure enough, when we got to hearts, they went ace, king, queen, jack, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2. The 4 of hearts was missing. At first, I thought it was just a manufacturing error. Sometimes decks come with missing or duplicate cards, but everyone got weirdly serious about it. We checked the floor, under the table, in our pockets, everywhere. We even looked in the empty card box. Nothing. Maybe it fell out when you opened it, suggested Pete. No way, I said. I opened it right here at the table. We would have seen it. We spent a good 15 minutes looking for this stupid card. It was bizarre how fixated we all became on finding it. Eventually, we gave up and continued the game, agreeing to treat any hand where the 4 of hearts would have been relevant as a misdeal. The rest of the night went fine. We played until about 1 a.m., then everyone started heading out. I put the 51 cards back in the box and tossed it on the passenger seat of my car as I drove Mike home since he'd had too many beers to drive. Here's where it gets truly weird. After dropping Mike off, I was driving back home, and at a red light, I glanced over at the card box sitting on the passenger seat. I had this sudden urge to check the deck again. I popped open the box and started thumbing through the cards under the dim overhead light. And there it was, the 4 of hearts, just sitting there in the deck like it had never been missing. My first thought was that Mike was playing a prank, that he'd palmed the card and slipped it back in when I wasn't looking. But that made no sense. We'd all been genuinely confused, and besides, when would he have had the opportunity? We'd all been watching the deck like hawks after discovering the missing card. I felt a chill run down my spine sitting there at that red light. I quickly put the cards back in the box, and when the light turned green, I drove home feeling deeply unsettled. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking about the card that had vanished and reappeared. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe I'd miscounted. Maybe it had been stuck to another card. Maybe I was more drunk than I realized. But none of those explanations felt right. The next morning, Saturday, I woke up early, still thinking about the cards. The deck was sitting on my dresser where I'd left it the night before. Out of a mix of curiosity and lingering unease, I opened the box and spread the cards out on my bed, carefully counting each one. 51 cards. The 4 of hearts was missing again. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. This wasn't possible. I'd checked the deck just hours earlier in my car, and the card had been there. I shuffled through the cards again, more frantically this time. Still no 4 of hearts. I sat there on the edge of my bed staring at the spread of cards, trying to make sense of what was happening. Then I remembered I had a second deck, identical to the first, still sealed in its original shrink wrap in my bedside drawer. I retrieved the second deck, inspecting the shrink wrap carefully. It was completely intact, just as it had been when I bought it in Vegas. The plastic was tight around the box with no tears or openings. There was absolutely no way anyone could have tampered with it. With slightly shaky hands, I removed the plastic wrap. The card box was sealed with a tax stamp sticker, also intact. I broke the seal and opened the box. Inside, the cards were arranged in the standard new deck order. Ace of spades on top, followed by the rest of the spades in order, then the diamonds, clubs, and hearts. I started going through them slowly, one by one. Spades, all there. Diamonds, all there. Clubs, all there. Then I got to the hearts. Ace, king, queen, jack, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Then came the 3 of hearts. No 4 of hearts. My stomach dropped. This wasn't just weird anymore. It was impossible. A brand new factory-sealed deck also missing the 4 of hearts? The odds against that kind of manufacturing error happening in 2 separate decks had to be astronomical. I continued through the remainder of the deck, now moving more slowly, almost afraid of what I might find. After I got through all the hearts, then came the expected jokers and information cards. And then, at the very bottom of the deck, completely out of sequence from the otherwise perfectly ordered cards, was the Four of Hearts. I dropped the card like it had burned me. This made absolutely no sense. Even if by some bizarre coincidence both decks had manufacturing errors, why would the Four of Hearts specifically be placed at the end of a factory-sealed deck? Card manufacturers don't just randomly place one card out of sequence, especially not the exact same card that had been mysteriously disappearing and reappearing in my other deck. I sat there for what felt like hours, staring at the two decks and the out-of-place Four of Hearts. I tried every possible explanation. Was someone playing an elaborate prank? Impossible. No one had access to that sealed deck. Was I losing my mind? I didn't feel crazy, just deeply disturbed by what was happening. Was there some bizarre manufacturing error? Maybe, but that wouldn't explain the card disappearing and reappearing in the first deck. I even considered whether the cards were somehow counterfeit, but they were genuine bicycle cards with the Bellagio logo, purchased directly from the casino gift shop. Just to be absolutely certain I wasn't missing something obvious, I examined both decks card by card, looking for duplicates or other missing cards. Both decks were complete 52-card decks now, counting the relocated Four of Hearts in the second deck. The cards looked identical except for the minute differences you'd expect between two mass-produced items. That afternoon, I called Mike, trying to sound casual, asking if he'd noticed anything strange about the cards last night. He just mentioned the missing Four of Hearts that we'd all searched for, confirming that I wasn't misremembering that part. When I told him I'd found it later, he just said, "Oh, cool, it must have fallen somewhere." I didn't mention the second deck or anything else. It sounded too crazy to explain. I spent the rest of that Saturday researching card manufacturing processes online, looking for any reports of similar incidents, anything that might explain what was happening. I found nothing. That night I put both decks back in their boxes and placed them on my kitchen table. I didn't sleep well, and when I got up Sunday morning, the first thing I did was check the cards again. In the first deck, the one we'd played poker with, the Four of Hearts was now back in its proper place. The second deck remained as it had been, with the Four of Hearts at the very end instead of in sequence. Over the next few days, I kept checking both decks multiple times daily. Sometimes the Four of Hearts would be missing from the first deck. Sometimes it would be there. The second deck never changed. The Four of Hearts always remained at the end, out of sequence. After about a week of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I'd lost sleep, I couldn't focus at work, and I was starting to question my sanity. So I did what any rational person would do. I burned both decks in my backyard grill, watching until they were completely reduced to ash. I've never bought another deck of cards since then. I've spent years trying to find a logical explanation for what happened. Sometimes I almost convinced myself it was all an elaborate hallucination, or that I was experiencing some kind of stress-induced break with reality. But then I remember the precise details, the feel of the cards, the shock of seeing that missing Four of Hearts in the sealed deck, the inexplicable way it kept disappearing and reappearing. I know how this sounds. If someone told me this story, I'd think they were either lying or confused. But I know what I experienced. Something impossible happened with those playing cards. Something that defies any rational explanation I can come up with. It's been over 2 decades, and I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, wondering about that Four of Hearts. What was it? Why did it happen? Was it some kind of glitch in reality? A message? Just random chance taken to an impossible extreme? I'll never know. But sometimes, when I'm dealing with something totally ordinary in my daily life, I get this cold feeling that maybe the world isn't as predictable or explainable as we like to think. Maybe there are little tears in the fabric of reality that we only notice when something slips through. And I wonder if a playing card can behave in ways that defy the laws of physics and probability. What else might be happening around us that we can't explain? I've been staring at my computer screen for 30 minutes trying to figure out how to put this experience into words. I'm still not sure I can explain what happened without sounding completely insane. But I need to get this out somewhere, even if it's just to strangers on the internet who might understand or have gone through something similar. Last Tuesday started like any normal day. I run a small business supplying eco-friendly packaging to local restaurants here in Ravenwood. It's a college town, so there's always a decent market for takeout containers that don't make you feel guilty about killing the planet. I had 2 important meetings scheduled that day. First with a business consultant named James at 11 a.m. at Brewer's Cafe downtown, then with a potential new supplier at my office at noon. I'm usually super on top of my schedule, maybe even annoyingly so. My girlfriend constantly teases me about having alarms for everything. But running a small business solo means if I miss a meeting, there's no colleague to cover for me. So that morning, I actually set 2 reminders for my supplier meeting. One at 11:45 a.m. to wrap up with James, and another at 11:55 a.m. as my final get your ass moving alarm. The morning meeting with James went fine. We discussed some cash flow issues, marketing strategies, all the usual stuff. The cafe was busy but not packed. I remember noticing a group of students with their laptops spread across a large table, an older couple by the window, and a woman typing furiously on her phone at the counter. Normal Tuesday crowd. My phone buzzed at 11:45 a.m. I glanced at it, saw my wrap it up reminder, and started nudging the conversation toward a close. James and I were just about done anyway. I remember checking my watch. One of those habits I can't break, even though I have a perfectly good phone in my pocket. It was showing 11:47 a.m. At 11:55 a.m., my second alarm went off. I thanked James for his time. We shook hands, and I headed out. My office is only about a 10-minute walk from Brewer's, so I had plenty of time to make it back for my noon meeting. I remember feeling good about how the day was going as I pushed through the cafe's door. The air outside was crisp, typical fall weather in Ravenwood. I even noticed some leaves swirling around near the sidewalk. The walk back to my office was uneventful. I passed the bookstore where students were setting up some kind of poster sale on the sidewalk. Saw the usual guy who plays guitar near the town square. He was doing a not great version of Wonderwall. Waited at the crosswalk by the bank. Nothing strange, nothing unusual. When I walked into my office building, Melanie, our shared receptionist who works for all the businesses in our building, gave me this annoyed look. "Marcus, your 12 o'clock left about 20 minutes ago," she said. He seemed pretty upset. I laughed, thinking she was joking. "What are you talking about? It's not even noon yet." She frowned and pointed at the clock on the wall behind her desk. 1:07 p.m. I pulled out my phone to show her she was wrong, but my phone showed the same time, 1:07 p.m. That's when the first wave of confusion hit me. I felt like I was in one of those dreams where you suddenly realize you've missed an exam you never studied for. "That's impossible," I said. "I just left Brewer's after my 11:55 alarm." Melanie gave me that look people give when they're trying to decide if you're joking or having a mental breakdown. "Well, your supplier, Mr. Delaney, waited for about 15-20 minutes and then left. He said to tell you he'd email you." I felt sick. Not physically ill, but that disorienting feeling when something fundamentally wrong has happened and you can't process it. I muttered something to Melanie and went straight to my office, closing the door behind me. I immediately checked my phone's call and text history to see if I'd somehow gotten distracted or lost track of time. Nothing unusual, no unexpected calls, no long conversations. My 11:45 and 11:55 alarms were there in my notification history, exactly when they should have been. I checked my email, hoping Mr. Delaney had already written so I could send a profuse apology. Nothing yet. So I started typing out the most apologetic email I've ever written, trying to explain something I couldn't understand myself. How do you tell a potential business partner that you mysteriously lost an entire hour of your day with absolutely no explanation? As I was writing, I kept running through possible explanations in my mind. Had I blacked out somehow? But I felt completely normal. No headache, no drowsiness, no disorientation. I hadn't been drinking. It was a Tuesday morning coffee meeting, for God's sake. I'm not on any medications that could cause time loss. I hadn't hit my head or experienced any trauma. Maybe my phone and watch had somehow synced to the wrong time. But that wouldn't explain why Melanie's clock showed the same time, or why my supplier had been waiting since noon and then left. I tried retracing the walk from Brewer's to my office in my mind. The route is familiar. I've done it hundreds of times. The walk takes exactly 8 to 10 minutes, depending on crosswalk timing. There are no shortcuts, no alternate routes that would have added significant time. And even if I had taken some bizarre detour, it wouldn't account for a full hour. The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. The most disturbing part was that I had no gap in my memory. If I had fallen unconscious or experienced some kind of fugue state, wouldn't I feel a break in my awareness? Wouldn't I have noticed suddenly being in a different place or time? But my recollection was completely continuous. Leaving the cafe, walking down Main Street, entering my building. No jumps, no static, no missing pieces. I sent the apology email to my supplier, offering a substantial discount if he'd be willing to reschedule. Then I sat at my desk, staring at the wall, trying to make sense of what had happened. I thought about calling James to ask if our meeting had somehow run longer than I remembered. But how would I even phrase that question? Hey, did we talk for an extra hour that I somehow completely forgot about? He's a business contact, not a close friend. He'd think I was unstable or on drugs. I considered the possibility that I'd just massively misread the time throughout the morning. Maybe it was actually 11 a.m. when I'd thought it was 10 a.m., and our meeting had started at noon instead of 11 a.m. But that made no sense. Melanie would have called to tell me my supplier was waiting if I'd been an hour late returning to the office. I pulled up my calendar app and stared at the entries. There they were, exactly as I remembered scheduling them. 11 a.m. meeting with James at Brewer's, 12 p.m. meeting with Delaney at my office. I even checked the weather app to see if I'd somehow lost track during a freak daylight saving time change, but no, nothing like that had happened. As the afternoon wore on, I found it increasingly difficult to focus on work. I kept checking the time on different devices as if one of them might suddenly reveal the truth about what had happened. My computer, my phone, my watch, all synchronized, all telling me that an hour of my life had vanished without explanation. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay awake replaying the day over and over. Each time, the same inexplicable gap remained. I considered whether I might have experienced some kind of seizure or medical episode, but wouldn't someone at the cafe or on the street have noticed if I'd been standing frozen or wandering around confused for an hour? Brewer's is always busy. Someone would have checked if I was okay. The next morning, I decided to retrace my steps. I went back to Brewer's at the same time, sat at the same table. I watched people come and go, trying to spot anything unusual, any clue that might explain what had happened. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I even timed my walk back to the office, 9 minutes and 37 seconds. It's been 3 days now, and I still have no explanation. Mr. Delaney accepted my apology and we've rescheduled for next week, but I can tell from his emails that he thinks I'm either flaky or disrespectful. I haven't told anyone about this. Not my girlfriend, not my friends, not my family. How could I? It sounds crazy even to me, and I lived it. The rational part of my brain keeps trying to find logical explanations. Maybe I took a wrong turn and wandered around lost for a while, though I've lived in Ravenwood for 6 years and know every street. Maybe I ran into someone I knew and had a conversation I completely forgot, but an hour-long conversation. Maybe I sat on a bench and fell asleep, in 55-degree weather, in the middle of a workday without dropping my phone or briefcase. None of these explanations make sense, and all of them still leave me with the terrifying question of why I have no memory of whatever happened during that hour. The most unsettling theory that keeps creeping into my mind is that something happened that my brain simply refused to process, like those stories you hear about people blocking out traumatic events. But what could have been so disturbing that my mind erased it completely, yet left me physically unharmed and able to walk into my office as if nothing had happened? I've found myself obsessively checking the local news for anything unusual that might have occurred during that hour. An accident, a crime, anything that might jar my memory or provide a clue. Nothing. I've started setting 3 alarms for everything now. I check my phone constantly to confirm the time. I've developed this new habit of taking photos throughout my day as a kind of proof that I was where I thought I was. My girlfriend noticed and asked if I was okay. I told her I was just trying to document more of my life. She didn't seem convinced. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just the missing hour itself, it's the implication. If this could happen once without explanation, couldn't it happen again? How can I trust my own perception of time and reality when an entire hour can just disappear? I'm writing this partly to see if anyone else has experienced something similar, and partly because I feel like I need to document this while it's still fresh in my mind. Sometimes I wonder if I'm overreacting to what could have been a simple mistake, but deep down I know something truly unexplainable happened that day. There's a small part of me that wonders if maybe time itself glitched somehow, just for me. Or if there's something about Brewer's Cafe, something about that specific place that warps time. I've even considered going back at exactly the same time, sitting in exactly the same spot to see if it happens again. But I'm honestly too scared to try. For now, I'm left with no answers, just the disturbing knowledge that I lost an hour of my life in broad daylight, surrounded by people, with no explanation. I check my watch, my phone, and every clock I pass, half expecting time to suddenly jump forward again. I've never felt so untethered, so disconnected from the basic fabric of reality that I've always taken for granted. If anyone has experienced anything like this, please let me know. I need to know I'm not going crazy. I need to know I'm not alone in this. I still can't explain what happened, and it's been eating at me for years now. I've never been one to believe in supernatural stuff or anything like that, but this experience changed everything for me. Even now, typing this out makes my hands a bit shaky. Back in 2009, I was 13 and going through that phase where you think having a knife makes you cool. You know how it is when you're a kid. Stupid stuff seems awesome. I saved up my allowance for weeks and finally got this spring-loaded knife from a kid at school whose older brother bought it for him. It was nothing special, really, just a black handle with a 3-inch blade that snapped out when you pressed the button. But to 13-year-old me, it was the coolest thing ever. My parents would have lost their minds if they knew I had it. My dad was really strict about stuff like that, always going on about responsibility and safety. So I kept it hidden in my sock drawer, wrapped in an old t-shirt, pushed all the way to the back corner. It was my little secret, and I'd take it out sometimes just to look at it when no one was around. I never even used it for anything. It was just the thrill of having something forbidden. During summer break that year, we planned this 5-day trip to visit my grandparents in Florida. The day before we left, I remember checking on the knife, making sure it was still well hidden in my drawer. I specifically remember touching it that morning, even clicking the button once to watch the blade pop out before carefully wrapping it back up. I was paranoid someone would find it while we were gone. We locked up the house before leaving, with only my uncle having a key to come by and feed our parrot, Oscar. He was only supposed to come in, feed the bird, and leave, not go snooping around upstairs in my room. Plus, he's pretty chill and probably wouldn't have cared about the knife anyway. The vacation was normal. Nothing weird happened. When we got back home, everything seemed exactly as we left it. Oscar was fine, the house was clean, nothing out of place. It wasn't until a couple days later that I went to check on my knife and felt my stomach drop. It wasn't there. I tore apart my drawer, thinking maybe it had shifted under some clothes. Then I searched my entire room, under the bed, in all my other drawers, in the closet, everywhere. It was just gone. I was freaking out, partly because I lost something I spent my money on, but mostly because I was scared someone had found it and I was going to be in serious trouble. After a few days of searching and getting increasingly anxious, I finally broke down and admitted to my parents that I had a knife and now couldn't find it. I was expecting to be grounded for life, but they were more concerned about where it could have gone. My mom was worried someone had broken in, though nothing else was missing. My dad thought maybe my uncle had found it and confiscated it. We called my uncle and he swore he only went into the kitchen to feed Oscar, then left. He didn't even go upstairs. I believed him. He's not the type to lie. And besides, why would he take just the knife and nothing else? My parents helped me search the entire house. We looked everywhere, between couch cushions, under furniture, in vents, even in the garage. Nothing. Eventually we gave up. My dad told me it was probably for the best that it was gone, and I tried to forget about it, but it always bothered me. Things don't just vanish into thin air. Life went on. I grew up, graduated high school, went to college. The knife became this weird memory that I'd think about occasionally, like one of those unsolved mysteries in your life. Fast forward to June 2019, a full decade later. I'm 23, living in my own apartment about 20 minutes from my parents. My younger brother Jake, who's now 19, still lives at home while going to community college. He's always been the mechanical one in the family, always fixing things and taking stuff apart. Jake had been driving this beat-up 2007 Honda Civic that he bought himself with money from his part-time job. He'd had it for about 2 years and was constantly working on it, trying to keep it running and make little improvements. I remember the day perfectly because it was so bizarre. It was a Saturday and I was visiting my parents for dinner. When I pulled up, Jake was in the driveway with his car door open. tools spread out all over the place. He was replacing a speaker in his door and had removed the entire door panel. I walked over to see what he was doing, and he looked up at me with this weird expression. "Dude, you're not going to believe what I just found," he said, holding something up. It was my knife. The knife. The exact same spring-loaded black knife that had disappeared a decade earlier. The one I'd searched the entire house for. The one that haunted me for years. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. I just stood there, staring at it in his hand, not even able to form words. "Is this yours?" Jake asked. "It just fell out when I removed the door panel. It was wedged up inside there." I finally managed to reach out and take it from him. It was dusty and the blade was a bit rusty, but there was no mistaking it. I clicked the button and the blade creaked out halfway before sticking. I turned it over in my hands, feeling like I was holding a ghost. "Yeah," I said finally. "It's mine, from when I was a kid." Jake gave me a confused look. "What's it doing in my car door?" That's when the full impossibility of the situation hit me. Jake's car wasn't even part of our family when the knife went missing. We didn't even own that car back then. In 2009, my parents had a Toyota Camry that we drove to the airport for our vacation, and a Ford Explorer as our second car. Both were sold years ago. Jake had bought this Honda in 2017 from some random guy who posted it on Craigslist. The car had gone through at least one, possibly multiple owners before Jake. The car had no connection to our family during the time the knife disappeared. What's more, Jake told me he had only removed that door panel once before, right after he bought the car to fix a window issue. He'd have noticed if there was a knife in there. I called my parents outside, and we all stood there in the driveway trying to make sense of it. My mom got goosebumps and went back inside, too freaked out to even discuss it. My dad kept asking if I was absolutely sure it was the same knife, and I was. There's no way I'd mistake it. I'd obsessed over that knife as a kid. We tried to reconstruct a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. 1. The knife disappeared from my drawer in 2009. 2. Jake's car wasn't purchased until 2017 from a stranger. 3. The door panel had been removed once before in 2017 with nothing unusual found. 4. The knife somehow appeared inside the door panel in 2019. It's not like the knife had some special marking or was super valuable that someone would steal it, then somehow plant it in a car that would eventually end up with my brother years later. That's beyond far-fetched. I took the knife home with me that night and kept checking to make sure it was really there, that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. I still have it, sitting in my desk drawer now as I type this. Sometimes I take it out just to confirm that it's real, that this actually happened. I've spent countless hours trying to piece together a logical explanation. I've researched glitches in reality, timeline anomalies, all kinds of weird theories. Nothing fits. My family doesn't talk about it much anymore because it makes us all uncomfortable. It's like this impossible thing happened right in front of us, and we have the proof, but no rational way to explain it. The only person who had access to our house during that vacation was my uncle, and he had no connection to Jake's future car. Even if by some bizarre coincidence he knew the person who would eventually sell that car to Jake years later, which he didn't, why would he take my knife and hide it in a car door? And how would he even get the door panel off without tools or knowledge of cars? My uncle isn't mechanical at all. Sometimes I wonder if objects can somehow teleport or slip through time. I know that sounds crazy, but what other explanation is there? How does something go from a drawer in my bedroom to inside a car door that wasn't even in our possession, that wasn't even connected to us when the knife disappeared? My brother jokes about it sometimes, says our house is haunted or that I have telekinetic powers I don't know about. My dad suggests maybe I actually lost the knife somewhere else, and this is just a similar one. But I know better. It's the same knife. This happened 10 years ago, and I still think about it almost every day. I've never shared this story publicly before because I know how it sounds, but I swear every word is true. The knife vanished from my drawer and reappeared a decade later in my brother's car door panel, a car that had no connection to us when the knife went missing. If anyone has experienced something similar or has any explanation that might help me make sense of this, please let me know. I'm still trying to understand how something like this could happen in a world that's supposed to follow logical rules. All I know is that I now question everything I thought I understood about reality. Because if a knife can disappear from a drawer and materialize inside a car that wasn't even connected to my family, what else is possible that we don't understand? I need to write this down before I forget the details. It's been 3 days since it happened, and I still can't wrap my head around it. I know how this is going to sound, but I swear every word is true. My wife and I moved to Seabreeze Heights about 8 months ago. It's a small coastal community where nothing much happens, which is exactly why we chose it. After years in Chicago, we wanted somewhere quiet and peaceful to settle down. The sound of waves crashing against the shore instead of sirens and car horns. You know the deal. Anyway, last Tuesday evening started like any other. I got home from work around 6:30 p.m. Laura was finishing up some client emails for her remote job, so I decided to start dinner. Nothing fancy, just grilling some chicken and making a salad. While the chicken was cooking, I grabbed our supplements from the kitchen cabinet. We've been trying to be more health conscious lately. Hitting our 40s will do that to you, I guess. So we have this nightly ritual where I prepare our vitamins and supplements, and we take them before dinner. Laura takes hers with tequila, not for any health reason. She just hates swallowing pills and says the tequila helps them go down easier. I know it sounds weird, but it works for her. She has these little shot glasses specifically for this purpose. So I'm standing at the kitchen counter, the chicken sizzling on the grill outside, sorting through our pill bottles. I've got my multivitamin, Laura's Women's Multi, our shared vitamin D, and the fish oil capsules. The fish oil ones are these large oblong gel capsules, kind of amber-colored and slippery. I'm holding one between my thumb and index finger, about to place it in Laura's shot glass. Then I fumbled it. I distinctly felt the pill slip from my fingers. I even heard the soft tap as it hit the top of my foot and then the tile floor. I looked down, expecting to see the amber-colored fish oil pill, but instead I saw a small, round, white pill. It was one of our vitamin D tablets. I was confused for a second. I thought maybe I'd dropped a vitamin D instead of the fish oil, but I was certain it was the fish oil I'd been holding. I bent down to pick up the vitamin D pill, figuring I must have dropped it earlier without noticing, and continued looking for the fish oil capsule that I knew had just fallen, but it wasn't there. I checked under the counter, moved my feet around to see if I'd kicked it, even got down on my hands and knees to look. Nothing. The fish oil pill had vanished. I stood back up, still holding the vitamin D tablet, and glanced over at Laura's shot glass on the counter. And that's when I saw it, the amber fish oil capsule sitting there in the glass. But that wasn't the weird part. The weird part was that there were now 2 fish oil capsules in her glass, when I knew for certain I had only placed one there before dropping the second one. I just stood there, staring. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. I distinctly remembered putting one fish oil in her glass. Then I dropped the second one, felt it hit my foot, heard it hit the floor. But now there were two in her glass, and the one I dropped was nowhere to be found. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. I'm not the kind of person who believes in supernatural stuff or glitches in the Matrix or whatever. I'm an accountant, for crying out loud. I deal in numbers and logic and things that make sense. But this didn't make sense. I called out to Laura, who was still in her office. "Hey, did you just come in here and put a pill in your glass?" "What?" "No, I've been on this call the whole time," she called back. I double-checked all the pill bottles, thinking maybe I was miscounting or misremembering. But no, the math didn't add up. There should have been one fish oil capsule in her glass, not two. And I should have been holding the second one, or it should have been on the floor. Instead, I was holding a vitamin D pill that had apparently materialized out of nowhere, and the second fish oil was somehow in the glass. I even checked my pocket, thinking maybe I'd absent-mindedly put the fish oil in there and forgotten. Nothing. I checked the floor again. Nothing but that vitamin D pill I'd found. At this point, I was getting that weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. You know that feeling when something is just off? Like your brain is trying to tell you that what you're experiencing doesn't align with how reality is supposed to work? I set the vitamin D pill on the counter and just stared at the two fish oil capsules in Laura's shot glass. There was no logical explanation for what had happened. I hadn't blacked out or lost time. I hadn't turned away from the counter. It all happened in the span of maybe 15 seconds. The chicken started smoking on the grill, and I ran outside to flip it, grateful for the distraction. But when I came back in, the first thing my eyes went to was that shot glass with the two fish oil capsules. They were still there, mocking me and my understanding of how physical objects are supposed to behave in the world. I finished preparing dinner on autopilot, my mind racing. When Laura came out of her office, I didn't say anything about the pill incident. I just poured a little tequila in her shot glass with the two fish oil capsules and handed it to her, along with her multivitamin. She knocked it back like she always does, not noticing anything amiss. During dinner, I kept running through what had happened, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe I had already put two fish oil capsules in her glass and just forgot. But no, I distinctly remembered putting only one in. Maybe the second fish oil had bounced off my foot in a weird way and landed in the glass. But that would be physically impossible, given where I was standing and where the glass was placed. The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I felt. It wasn't just that I couldn't explain what had happened. It was that there seemed to be no possible explanation that didn't involve some kind of breakdown in the basic laws of physics. After dinner, I went back to the kitchen and picked up that vitamin D pill from the counter. I turned it over in my fingers, examining it closely. It was just a regular vitamin D pill, like the dozens of others in our bottle. But where had it come from? And where had the fish oil pill gone? I've always been skeptical of people who claim to experience glitches in reality or unexplainable phenomena. I always figured there was some logical explanation they were overlooking, or their memory was playing tricks on them. But now I found myself in the same position, experiencing something I couldn't explain and knowing with absolute certainty that my memory wasn't faulty. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the incident in my mind, trying to find some angle I hadn't considered. Laura noticed I was restless and asked what was wrong. I almost told her, but then stopped myself. How could I explain something that I myself didn't understand? She'd think I was losing it. The next morning, I looked up teleporting objects online and found countless stories from people who had experienced similar things. Keys that disappeared from one place and reappeared in another. Items that vanished completely. Things that showed up where they shouldn't be possible. Before Tuesday, I would have dismissed all these stories as mistakes, faulty memories, or plain lies. But now I wasn't so sure. I went to work, distracted, making careless errors in spreadsheets that I had to go back and fix. My coworkers probably thought I was hungover or something. But all I could think about was that fish oil pill and what it meant for my understanding of reality. When I got home that evening, I decided to test something. I took out all our supplements again and carefully, deliberately placed one fish oil capsule in Laura's shot glass. Then I held another one over the floor and dropped it. It fell to the floor, just like physics says it should. I bent down, picked it up, and placed it in the glass next to the first one. No glitches, no teleportation, no unexplainable phenomena. Part of me was relieved, but another part of me was even more disturbed. Because if the laws of physics were working normally again, that meant they had temporarily stopped working the day before. And that's a terrifying thought. It's been 3 days now, and nothing else weird has happened. No more teleporting pills, no objects disappearing or appearing where they shouldn't be. But I can't stop thinking about it. I keep expecting to see something else impossible happen. A fork levitating, a book appearing out of thin air, my coffee mug suddenly on the other side of the room. The logical part of my brain is still trying to come up with explanations. Maybe I experienced some kind of mini-stroke that affected my perception or memory. But that doesn't explain the physical evidence of 2 pills in the glass when there should have been only one. Maybe Laura did come into the kitchen without me noticing and add a pill to her glass. But she had no reason to do that, and she was on a work call at the time. The truth is, I have no explanation, and that scares me more than any ghost story or horror movie ever could, because this wasn't fiction. It was something I experienced firsthand, in my own kitchen, on an otherwise ordinary Tuesday evening. I've always believed that the world operates according to certain fixed rules. Drop an object, it falls. Place an item somewhere, it stays there until moved. These are the fundamental principles that make reality predictable and comprehensible. But what if those rules aren't as fixed as we think? What if reality is more flexible than we've been led to believe? I still prepare our supplements every evening. It's become something of an obsession now, paying careful attention to each pill, counting and recounting, watching to make sure nothing disappears or duplicates itself. Laura has noticed my unusual focus on this simple task, but hasn't said anything yet. I'm not sure what I'd tell her if she asked. Sometimes I find myself staring at ordinary objects around the house, half expecting them to disappear or teleport when I blink. I've started taking photos of how things are arranged in rooms before I leave them, just to be sure nothing moves on its own while I'm gone. I know this probably sounds like the beginning of paranoia. Maybe it is. But when you experience something that fundamentally challenges your understanding of how reality works, it changes you. It makes you question everything. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened with that fish oil pill. Maybe it was a one-time thing, a momentary hiccup in the fabric of reality that will never repeat itself. Or maybe it was just the first glimpse of something larger and more unsettling about the nature of our world. All I know is that I can no longer dismiss other people's stories of unexplainable events. Because now I have my own story, and as mundane as it might sound to others, just a vitamin pill that wasn't where it was supposed to be. To me, it represents a crack in everything I thought I knew about how the universe operates. So that's my story. Nothing else weird has happened since. No dramatic conclusion, no grand revelation. Just an ordinary man in an ordinary kitchen who witnessed something that shouldn't be possible. And now I'm left wondering if reality has always been this fragile, this prone to glitches and errors, and I just never noticed before. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. I guess I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar, because what happened in my bedroom last month has completely messed with my head. I'm still sleeping with my lights on. It was a Saturday afternoon in early October. Nothing special about the day, just your average lazy weekend where I plan to catch up on YouTube videos. I live with my parents in Shadowvale, this super quiet suburban neighborhood where literally nothing ever happens. Our house is pretty standard, 2 stories, 4 bedrooms, built in the early 2000s. My room is on the 2nd floor at the end of the hallway. I'd been lying on my bed for a couple hours, watching random videos on my TV. I have this plain black remote, nothing fancy, just a standard one that came with the TV. I remember pausing a video essay I was watching about some movie theories when I got thirsty. The time was exactly 3:47 p.m. I remember because I checked my phone to see if I had time to finish the video before dinner. So I paused the video, set the remote right next to my phone on my bed, on top of my navy blue comforter, and headed downstairs to the kitchen. I wasn't gone for more than 2 minutes, just filled up my water bottle from the fridge dispenser and headed back upstairs. Nothing unusual happened during those 2 minutes. I didn't talk to anyone, didn't get distracted, just got water and came straight back. When I walked back into my room, I immediately felt something was off. There's no other way to describe it except that the energy felt different, like walking through an invisible wall of something. My eyes started watering instantly, not like I was going to cry, but like when you're about to get a really bad allergy attack. And the temperature, it was noticeably colder in my room compared to the hallway. We keep our thermostat at 77 degrees constantly, and all my windows were closed. I walked over to my bed, still feeling that weird sensation, and reached for my remote to unpause the video. But it wasn't there. My phone was exactly where I'd left it, but the remote was gone. At first, I figured I must have accidentally knocked it off the bed. I checked on the floor, under the bed, between the bed and the wall. Nothing. Then I checked between the blankets, under the pillows, even though I knew I had placed it right next to my phone. I distinctly remember setting them down together. I started getting frustrated and decided to do a more thorough search. I looked in places that made no sense: my nightstand drawers, under the rug, on my bookshelves. I even checked inside my laundry hamper, thinking maybe I'd absent-mindedly carried it there, which makes 0 sense, but I was getting desperate. After about 10 minutes of searching, I was freaking out a little. I sat down on my bed, trying to remember if I had actually brought the remote downstairs with me without realizing, but I could literally picture myself placing it next to my phone. The image was so clear in my mind. My room isn't big, maybe 12x14 feet. There aren't many places for a TV remote to hide. I have a twin bed, a small desk with my laptop, a dresser, and some bookshelves. That's it. I turned the entire room upside down, checked every single drawer, moved my bed away from the wall, looked inside my closet, even looked inside my shoes. I'm not exaggerating when I say I searched every possible inch of that room. The remote had completely vanished. After about 30 minutes of searching, I was getting genuinely upset. I have anxiety, and little things like this can really set me off. The room still felt weirdly cold and my eyes were still watering. I decided to take a minute to calm down and went to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. While in the bathroom, I remembered reading something online about dimensional shifts, those weird moments when objects seem to disappear into thin air only to reappear later. People online suggested clapping your hands loudly to reset whatever glitch was happening. I felt stupid doing it, but at that point, I was willing to try anything. I went back to my room, clapped my hands several times, and decided to open the windows to get rid of whatever weird energy was causing my eyes to water. The air outside was warm, definitely warmer than whatever was going on in my room. I decided to leave again for a minute, hoping that maybe the remote would reset itself while I was gone. I went downstairs, got another glass of water. My mouth was completely dry from the stress, and stood in the kitchen for exactly 1 minute. I remember counting to 60 in my head. When I came back upstairs and walked into my room, that weird energy feeling was gone. My eyes stopped watering, and the temperature felt normal again. And when I looked at my bed, I swear on everything I care about, the remote was there, right next to my phone, in the exact spot where I had originally placed it. I froze in the doorway, staring at it. There's no way I missed it during my search, absolutely no way. I had stripped the entire bed, lifted the mattress, checked under the phone itself. It was not there before, and now it was back, as if it had never been missing. My hands were shaking when I picked it up. It wasn't warm or cold, just room temperature. Nothing about it looked different. It was just back. I sat down on the edge of my bed, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I gone temporarily insane? Had I somehow been blind to the remote sitting right there the whole time? But I knew that wasn't possible. I had thoroughly searched every inch of that room, multiple times. Over the next few days, I tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe my little brother had come in and taken it as a prank. But he was at a friend's house that afternoon. My parents? They were in the backyard gardening the whole time. There was no one else in the house. I've tried to tell myself it was just a weird brain glitch, that somehow I'd been looking right at the remote but not seeing it. But that doesn't explain the sudden temperature drop, my watering eyes, or that heavy feeling when I walked into the room. It's been 4 weeks, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've started taking pictures of where I place important items before leaving the room. My keys, my phone, anything valuable. I don't trust my room anymore. The thing that really gets me is how ordinary the object was. Just a TV remote, not something valuable or meaningful. If some kind of supernatural thing was happening, why mess with something so mundane? That almost makes it scarier, like whatever it was just letting me know it could affect my reality if it wanted to. I've researched similar experiences online and found some people talking about dimensional jumps or glitches in the matrix. Some people suggested it could be a ghost or poltergeist activity. Others think it's evidence that we're living in a simulation that occasionally has errors. Whatever it was, I know what I experienced. I turned my room upside down looking for that remote. It was gone. Completely gone. And then suddenly it wasn't. Since then, I've had a few other small things happen. Items not being where I left them, lights turning on when I'm sure I turned them off. But nothing as blatant as the remote incident. I've started sleeping with a small light on, and I've placed little pieces of tape on my drawers and door so I can tell if they've been opened. My parents think I'm overreacting. They've suggested I might be sleepwalking or that I'm just being forgetful because of school stress. But I know what happened. I wasn't sleepwalking at 4 p.m. on a Saturday, and I wasn't so stressed that I imagined searching my entire room for 30 minutes. The scariest part isn't even the disappearing object. It's the feeling that my personal space, the place that should feel safest, suddenly felt alien and wrong. That sensation of walking through something invisible, the unexplained temperature drop, my eyes watering for no reason. It was like my room wasn't completely in this world for those 30 minutes. I keep thinking about the exact sequence of events and trying to find a logical explanation. If someone had come into my room, I would have heard them. Our house has creaky floors, and my door makes a loud clicking sound when it opens or closes. Plus, who would sneak in just to hide a remote and then put it back? It makes no sense. The clapping thing still makes me feel stupid, but I swear it seemed to work. Or maybe it was opening the windows. Or maybe whatever was happening was just done messing with me. I haven't told any of my friends about this. They'd probably just laugh it off or think I'm looking for attention. But I know what I experienced. Has anyone else ever had something like this happen? An object completely disappearing and then reappearing in the exact same spot? That weird feeling of energy changing in a familiar room? I need to know I'm not losing my mind. Since that day, I don't feel completely alone in my room anymore. Like there's always something just outside my peripheral vision. I've started spending more time in other parts of the house, and I leave my bedroom door open when I'm in there. I don't know what happened that Saturday afternoon, but I know it wasn't normal. Whatever caused my remote to vanish and then reappear has changed how I feel about my own home, and that's the scariest part of all. I still can't stop thinking about what happened 3 weeks ago. I'm not the type to believe in supernatural stuff or parallel universes, but what happened with those drinking glasses has seriously messed with my head. I need to share this somewhere because my husband thinks I'm overreacting, but I know what I saw. It was just a normal Saturday. I had a list of errands to run, grocery shopping, picking up a prescription, and stopping by the home goods store to get some new glasses since our collection had dwindled after various breakages over the years. Nothing unusual about any of that. My 8-year-old daughter Emma was with me because my husband Mike was fixing something in the garage. Emma's usually good company on errands, though she gets bored easily like any kid. We were at Homestyle, that big box store on the edge of Glassford, when I found this nice set of drinking glasses on sale. Nothing fancy, just clear glass with a slight pattern etched around the rim. They came in a pack of 6, neatly arranged in this cardboard box with dividers between each glass. The box was sealed with that annoying plastic wrap that's impossible to tear with your bare hands. I checked through the clear plastic window on top to make sure none were broken. I've made that mistake before. All 6 glasses looked perfect, so I put them in the cart. Emma was getting antsy by then, wanting to look at the throw pillows or something, so we finished up quickly and headed to checkout. After loading everything into the trunk of my Honda, I let Emma sit in the front seat as a treat for being patient. She's tall for her age, and I only do this for short distances in town. She was excited about this grown-up privilege and immediately started fiddling with the radio while I returned the cart. When I got back to the car, Emma had the bag with the glasses on her lap. "Mommy, can I see the new glasses?" she asked, already pressing down on the package. "Careful with those," I warned, not wanting her to drop them. That's when I heard it, a distinct cracking sound from inside the box. Not super loud, but unmistakable. "Oh no," I said, taking the package from her. "I think you broke one." Emma's face fell. "I didn't mean to. I barely touched it." It's okay, honey, I reassured her. Let's just check how bad it is. I carefully turned the box over to look through the plastic window on top. Sure enough, one of the glasses, the one in the back right corner, was clearly shattered. I could see a large triangular piece had broken off, and there were smaller fragments around it. The break was obvious through the packaging. We'll have to return it, I sighed, setting the box on the back seat. Don't worry about it. These things happen. Emma still looked upset, but I told her it wasn't a big deal. We'd just swing by the store on our way home and exchange them. But by the time we finished the rest of our errands, Emma was hungry and getting cranky, so I decided to just deal with the glasses later. The box wasn't leaking or anything, and I figured I could just carefully remove the broken one at home. When we got home, Mike helped unload the groceries while I fixed Emma a sandwich. It was about an hour later when I finally got around to dealing with the glasses. I took the box to the kitchen counter and grabbed a pair of scissors to cut through the plastic wrap. "Be careful with that," Mike said, coming into the kitchen. "You don't want to cut yourself on the broken glass." "I know," I replied. "I saw exactly which one broke. I'll remove it first." I carefully cut the plastic and opened the cardboard flap on top. The glasses were arranged in 2 rows of 3, each nestled in those cardboard dividers. I reached for the back right glass, the broken one, planning to carefully lift out the largest piece first. But it wasn't broken. I stared down at the glass, perfectly intact, sitting exactly where I'd seen the broken one. No cracks, no chips, nothing. "That's weird," I muttered, examining it more closely. "What's weird?" Mike asked, leaning over my shoulder. "This glass isn't broken." I lifted it out carefully, turning it in my hands. "But I swear one of them broke when Emma was holding the box in the car. I heard it crack, and I saw it through the packaging." Mike shrugged. "Maybe you saw a reflection or something." "No, I specifically remember seeing a large triangular piece that had broken off." I was starting to question myself, but I knew what I'd seen. I carefully removed each of the other glasses, inspecting them one by one. All 6 were perfectly intact, not a chip or crack on any of them. "See," Mike said, "they're all fine. You must have imagined it." I would have been willing to accept that explanation, except for what happened next. After taking out all 6 glasses and arranging them on the counter, I went to collapse the empty box for recycling. That's when I noticed something still inside. There, lying in the bottom of the box, was a large triangular piece of glass, exactly like the piece I'd seen broken off in the car. It was about 3 inches long, with a sharp point and a jagged edge. The pattern around the rim matched our new glasses perfectly. "Mike," I called, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. "Come look at this." He came back into the kitchen, and I pointed to the piece of glass in the box. "What the hell?" he said, picking it up carefully. "Where did this come from?" "That's the piece I saw broken off in the car," I said, "but all 6 glasses are intact." Mike turned the shard over in his hand, then looked at the row of glasses on the counter. "Maybe it's from a 7th glass that broke during manufacturing, and they just threw the piece in with these." That explanation made no sense. Why would they put a broken piece in with a new set? And the box is only designed to hold 6 glasses. I picked up one of the glasses from the counter and compared it to the shard. The thickness, color, and pattern matched exactly. The curved edge of the shard perfectly matched the circumference of the glass rim. "This came from one of these glasses," I insisted. "But that's impossible because they're all intact." Mike gave me that look, the one that says he thinks I'm being dramatic. "It's just a packaging error, Liv. Maybe this piece is from quality control or something." "That doesn't make sense," I said, getting frustrated. "I heard the glass break in the car. I saw it broken through the packaging. Now all 6 glasses are fine, but this piece is exactly what I saw earlier." To prove my point, I carefully lined up the shard with each glass, trying to see if one had been repaired somehow, though I knew that was impossible. None of them showed any sign of repair or damage. "Count them again," Mike suggested. I did. 6 glasses, all perfect, plus 1 large broken piece that matched them exactly. Over the next few days, I kept returning to those glasses, examining them, counting them. Always 6, always intact. The broken piece sat on my windowsill because I didn't know what else to do with it. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. It felt like evidence of something I couldn't explain. I even went back to Homestyle and checked other packages of the same glasses. They all contained 6, no more, no less. I asked a sales associate if they ever found broken pieces in returned merchandise. She looked at me like I was crazy and said they would never resell a package with broken glass inside. A week later, I was washing the dishes when I noticed something else strange. I always keep the glasses in a specific order in the cabinet. It's just a habit of mine. But that evening, I realized one of them was slightly out of alignment with the others. When I pulled it out to fix it, I noticed a tiny nick on the rim that hadn't been there before. It was in exactly the same spot where the large triangular piece would have broken off. My hands started shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. I grabbed the triangular shard from the windowsill and held it up to the glass. It didn't fit perfectly anymore. The nick was much smaller than the shard, but it was in exactly the same location. I called Mike in, but he couldn't see what I was talking about. He said I was being obsessive about some stupid glasses. Maybe the nick had always been there, he suggested, and I just hadn't noticed. But I know what I saw. First, a completely broken glass in the box. Then 6 intact glasses plus a broken piece. Now 1 glass with a small nick in the exact spot where the large piece had broken off. It's like watching reality correct itself in slow motion, like the universe realized it made a mistake, having both an intact glass and its broken counterpart existing at the same time, and is slowly reconciling the contradiction. 2 nights ago, I woke up at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I jumped out of bed, heart racing, and ran downstairs. There was nothing on the floor, nothing disturbed, but when I opened the cabinet, I found 5 perfect glasses, and 1 with a large triangular piece missing from its rim. The broken piece from the windowsill was gone. I stood there in my pajamas, staring at that broken glass for what felt like hours. It was broken exactly as I'd originally seen it in the store packaging. The missing piece was exactly the size and shape of the shard that had been sitting on my windowsill for the past 2 weeks. Mike found me there in the morning, still staring at the cabinet. He doesn't remember the shard on the windowsill. He doesn't remember me showing him the intact glasses alongside the broken piece. According to him, I brought home a set of 6 glasses, and Emma broke one in the car, and that's all there is to it. But I know what happened. Something impossible happened with those glasses. Like for a brief time, I was seeing 2 different realities overlapping. In one reality, the glass broke when Emma held the box. In another, it didn't. Somehow, both versions existed simultaneously for a while, and now reality has settled on just one version. I've been researching quantum physics and parallel universes, but nothing I've found explains what happened. The closest I've come is something called quantum superposition, the idea that particles can exist in multiple states at once until they're observed. But these weren't subatomic particles. They were drinking glasses from Homestyle. On sale for $19.99. I haven't told anyone else about this. Who would believe me? Sometimes I don't even believe myself. But then I look at that broken glass in my cabinet, and I remember holding the intact version of the same glass in one hand and its broken piece in the other, and I know something happened that science can't explain. The weirdest part? Yesterday I noticed the nick in another glass, in the exact same spot as the broken one. It's like whatever happened is spreading. I'm terrified to keep using them, but I'm even more terrified to get rid of them. What if this is just the beginning? What if other things start existing in two states at once? I keep thinking about what else might be affected. If a glass can be both broken and unbroken, what about bigger things? What about people? What about me? I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. All I know is that I bought 6 drinking glasses 3 weeks ago, and somehow ended up with glimpses of 2 different realities that shouldn't have been able to exist at the same time. And now I can't stop wondering what else around me isn't quite as solid as I always thought it was. I still can't explain what happened that day, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. Maybe there are things in this world that are better left unexplained, but I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating at me for weeks. I live in Loomis Creek, a pretty quiet town where nothing much happens. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business, and the most exciting thing is usually when someone gets a new car or when the annual fall festival comes around. I've lived here my whole life, so the routine is comfortable. Wake up, go to work at the local bank, come home, make dinner, watch some TV with my fiancé Matt, and go to bed. Simple and predictable. That's what makes what happened so damn unsettling. It was a Tuesday evening about a month ago. I remember it was Tuesday because I had just picked up my prescription refill for my birth control on my lunch break, which I always do on Tuesdays. I'm kind of obsessive about keeping that routine because forgetting pills is not something I want to deal with. After dinner, I was doing my usual nighttime routine. I have pretty bad astigmatism, so I wear glasses all day, and keeping them clean is a constant battle. I had just run out of lens cleaning cloths the night before, so I grabbed a new pack I'd picked up at the pharmacy. You know those little individually wrapped microfiber cloths that come in the sealed pouches? They're nothing special, just the standard blue ones with the brand name OptiClean printed in the corner. I tore open the package and took out the cloth. It was folded neatly in quarters, the way they always are. I was about to put it in the little bag I keep in my nightstand. It's just this small canvas pouch where I keep my birth control, some chapstick, and usually my glasses cloth. I've had this habit for years. Everything goes in the same place so I don't have to fumble around in the dark if I need something during the night. But here's where things get weird. I had been using a scented candle earlier that evening, pumpkin spice, because fall had just started and I'm basic like that. The candle lighter I use is one of those long ones, and it has this charcoal residue that sometimes gets everywhere. I had set it down on my nightstand at some point, and I noticed there was a black smudge on the outside of my nightstand bag. So I thought, I probably shouldn't put my brand new cleaning cloth in there because it might get dirty from the charcoal. It was just a passing thought, but I specifically remember deciding against putting it in the bag. Instead, I placed the cloth right next to the bag on my nightstand, planning to wipe off the smudge first. I picked up the bag to clean it, and that's when I felt something weird. The bag felt fuller than it should. I opened it to check inside, and I swear my heart skipped a beat. There was a glasses cleaning cloth already in there, a blue OptiClean cloth, folded in quarters. exactly like the one I had just opened and had sitting on my nightstand. I just stared at it for a moment, trying to process what I was seeing. I picked up both cloths and compared them side by side. They were identical. Same brand, same color, same fold pattern, as if they'd both just been taken out of their packaging. They even had that slight stiffness that new cloths have before you've used them a few times. My first thought was that maybe I had opened 2 packages without realizing it. So I went to the trash can in our bathroom and dumped it out. Gross, I know, but I had to check. There was only 1 empty OptiClean package in the trash. Just 1. I went back to the box of cloths I'd bought at the pharmacy. I had purchased a box of 10 individually wrapped cloths. I counted what was left. 8 cloths. 1 was on my nightstand, 1 was in my bag, and 1 empty package was in the trash. The math didn't add up. I sat down on the edge of the bed, holding these 2 identical cloths, and felt this creeping sensation of wrongness wash over me. I'm not someone who gets freaked out easily, but this was different. Because the really unsettling part wasn't just that there was a duplicate cloth. It was that the duplicate had appeared exactly where I had thought about putting it before changing my mind. It's like whatever I had initially intended to do had somehow happened in parallel with what I actually did. Like for a split second, reality forked and then merged back together, leaving evidence of both paths. I must have been sitting there for a while because Matt came in from the living room and asked if I was okay. I tried to explain what happened, but even as I was saying it out loud, I could see his expression change from concern to that look people give you when they think you're overreacting. "Sarah, you probably just opened 2 by accident and forgot," he said, in that patient voice that drives me crazy. "No, Matt, I didn't. There was only 1 empty package in the trash." "Then maybe you opened this one earlier and don't remember. People forget stuff like that all the time." But I knew I hadn't. I'm meticulous about these things. And besides, I had just run out the night before. I specifically remember using my last cloth to clean my glasses before bed and being annoyed that I had to open a new pack the next day. "Well, somebody must have put it there," he said, shrugging. "Who? You? Did you put a glasses cloth in my nightstand bag?" I asked, even though I knew how ridiculous that sounded. "Why would he do that?" "No, of course not. Why would I touch your glasses stuff?" "Exactly. And nobody else has been in our bedroom. I use this bag every single day for my birth control. I would have noticed if there was a cloth in there before." He just gave me that look again and suggested I was tired and mixing things up. Then he went back to watching whatever game was on TV, leaving me sitting there with my 2 identical cloths and a growing sense of unease. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I've gone over every logical explanation in my head 1,000 times. Maybe I did open 2 packages. Maybe there was already a cloth in the bag that I'd forgotten about. Maybe I'm misremembering what happened. But none of those explanations feel right, because I can't shake the detail that makes this whole thing so disturbing. The duplicate appeared exactly where I had initially intended to put the cloth before changing my mind. It's like something was reading my thoughts, or like I briefly glimpsed another timeline where I did put the cloth in the bag. Over the next few days, I became hyper-aware of everything I did. I started doubting my own actions. Did I lock the door? Or did I just think about locking it? Did I take my pill this morning? Or did I just plan to? I checked and double-checked everything. I also became obsessed with those 2 cloths. I kept them separate. The one I know I opened stayed on my nightstand, and the duplicate stayed in the bag. I even marked them with tiny dots from a pen in different corners so I could tell them apart. I was half expecting one of them to disappear as mysteriously as it had appeared, but they're both still here. I've tried to talk to Matt about it again, but he just gets this concerned look on his face and suggests maybe I should talk to someone about my anxiety. I even tried to tell my best friend Lisa, but she had the same reaction as Matt, suggesting I must have been tired or distracted. So I've stopped bringing it up. But I haven't stopped thinking about it. The thing is, I'm not someone who believes in the supernatural or parallel universes or whatever. I've always been practical, logical, but this experience has shaken that certainty. Because if I didn't put that cloth in the bag and no one else did either, then how did it get there? The most unsettling explanation I keep coming back to is that somehow, for a brief moment, my intention to put the cloth in the bag and my decision not to both happened simultaneously. Like reality hiccuped and couldn't decide which version was correct, so it kept both. I know how crazy that sounds. Trust me, I do. But what's the alternative? That I'm losing my mind over something as trivial as a glasses cleaning cloth? It's been a month now, and I still use both cloths. Sometimes I catch myself staring at them, looking for some clue or difference that would explain what happened. There isn't any. They're just two identical blue microfiber cloths that have now been used enough that they look slightly different from wear, but they started out exactly the same. I've tried to move on and forget about it. Most days I can push it to the back of my mind. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the bedroom, I'll look at that nightstand bag and remember the feeling I had when I found that second cloth, that cold rush of wrongness, like the universe had made a mistake and I wasn't supposed to notice. And I'll wonder what else might be happening around us that we don't notice. How many times has reality split and merged back together without leaving evidence behind? How many duplicate decisions are out there, playing out in parallel with the choices we think we've made? I know most people would say I'm overthinking this, that there's a simple explanation I'm missing. Maybe they're right. But sometimes I catch Matt looking at me strangely, like he's worried about me, and I wonder if he knows something he's not telling me. Or maybe he's right to be concerned. Maybe finding the duplicate cloth was just the first sign that something in my brain isn't working the way it should. But deep down, I don't think that's it, because I remember so clearly making that decision not to put the cloth in the bag. I remember placing it on the nightstand instead. Those memories are vivid and real, and yet, somehow, both things happened. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night. All I know is that ever since, I've felt like I'm living with one foot in this reality and one foot somewhere else. Like at any moment, the world might split again, and this time I might not end up in the same version I started in. So I keep both cleaning cloths as a reminder to pay attention to the small details, to the decisions I make and don't make. Because maybe, just maybe, somewhere out there is another Sarah who put her cloth in the bag without a second thought, who never experienced this glitch, who isn't lying awake at night wondering if her reality is as solid as she always believed it was. And sometimes I envy her. I still don't know how to explain what happened last month in my chemistry class. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, and I just can't make sense of it. I know how crazy this sounds, but I swear every word is true. I'm a junior at Evergreen Heights High, and chemistry isn't exactly my favorite subject. Mr. Brennan is okay as teachers go, not super exciting, but fair with grading and pretty clear with his explanations. That Tuesday started like any other day. I got to school early because my mom had a meeting, So I was sitting in the courtyard finishing some homework when Madison texted asking if I could grab her water bottle from her locker. She was running late again. Chemistry is right after lunch, and that day Mr. Brennan was handing out the guidelines for our big semester project. You know, one of those assignments worth like 25% of your grade that teachers love to dump on you. Anyway, I remember so clearly when he started passing them out because it caught my attention right away. The paper was this bright mint green color. Not like neon or anything, but definitely a noticeable green. I remember thinking it was weird because we never get colored handouts. Like, ever. Our school is super stingy with the copy budget, and teachers are always complaining about paper shortages. Everything is always on that cheap, off-white recycled paper that feels kind of rough. So seeing this green paper immediately stood out. When I got my copy, I actually held it up to the light for a second. I remember doing this specifically because the green tint made me think of those old-school 3D glasses, and I was curious if it would look different if I tilted it. Stupid, I know, but that's genuinely what I did. The paper felt normal, just standard printer paper, but definitely green. The project was about designing an experiment to test reaction rates of different household chemicals. Pretty standard stuff. I started taking notes with my pink gel pen, the one I always use, and immediately got annoyed because the pink ink didn't show up well against the green background. The contrast was terrible. I remember switching to a blue pen halfway through, specifically because I couldn't read my own writing in the pink ink against the green paper. I distinctly remember complaining about it to Josh, who sits next to me, saying something like, "Why'd he have to use green paper? I can barely see what I'm writing." Josh just shrugged and said he didn't care. Typical Josh response to everything. At the end of class, I folded the green handout in half and stuck it in the front pocket of my chemistry binder, the red one with all the band stickers on it. I specifically put it in the front pocket because I knew I'd need to work on it that night. Nothing weird happened for the rest of the day. I went home, did some other homework, helped make dinner, and then finally sat down around 8:30 to look at the chemistry project. I grabbed my red binder from my backpack, unzipped the front pocket, and pulled out the folded handout. And that's when it happened. The paper wasn't green anymore. It was the normal off-white recycled paper color that all our handouts usually are. I literally froze. I thought maybe I was remembering wrong, or maybe looking at the wrong handout. But it was definitely the project guideline from earlier that day. It had all my notes on it. My blue pen notes were there, and so were the earlier pink notes that had been hard to read on the green paper. Except now, the pink writing was perfectly visible against the off-white background. I flipped the paper over, held it up to the light, checked if maybe only one side had been green. Nothing. It was just regular paper. I dug through my entire backpack, thinking maybe I had somehow picked up someone else's handout by mistake, but there was no green paper anywhere. I sat there staring at it for probably 10 minutes straight. I absolutely knew that paper had been green earlier that day. It wasn't a trick of the light or anything like that. The entire class had received green handouts. I had specifically switched pens because of the green background. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe Mr. Brennan had collected them all for some reason and redistributed them on white paper. But no, I had kept mine the whole time. Maybe the green was some kind of weird ink that faded. But the paper had been consistently green throughout, not just printed with green ink. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept getting up to check the paper, like maybe it would change back if I wasn't looking. It didn't. It remained stubbornly off-white. The next morning, I got to chemistry class early. I needed to figure this out. When Mr. Brennan came in, I casually asked him about the handouts. "Hey, Mr. Brennan, yesterday's handouts looked different. Were they special paper or something?" He looked confused. "Different how?" "You know, the green ones," I said, feeling increasingly uncertain. He furrowed his brow. "Green? No, just the usual copy paper, Lily. Same as always." My heart started beating faster. "So the project guidelines weren't on green paper?" "No," he said slowly, looking at me like I was losing it. "Just regular paper. Are you feeling okay?" Before I could respond, he turned to grab something from his desk. "Oh, actually, Dylan was absent yesterday. Let me give him a copy." I watched, my mouth probably hanging open, as he picked up a stack of papers from his desk and handed one to Dylan, who had just walked in. The paper was off-white, exactly like the one I now had in my binder. Not a hint of green. I sat down feeling sick to my stomach. Josh came in and I immediately asked him, "Hey, do you remember the handouts yesterday being green?" He looked at me like I was speaking another language. "What? No. Why would they be green?" "Because they were," I insisted. "Remember I was complaining about my pink pen not showing up on it?" He shrugged. "I don't remember that." "Your notes look fine to me," he said, pointing to my handout, which I'd placed on the desk. And he was right. My pink writing was perfectly visible now on the off-white paper. But I knew it had been hard to read yesterday. That's why I'd switched to the blue pen halfway through. Throughout the day, I asked a few other people from my class. Nobody remembered green handouts. Everyone looked at me like I was crazy or playing some weird joke. After school, I went to the library and checked all the printers and copiers, all loaded with regular white paper. No sign of any green paper anywhere in the school that I could find. That night, I dumped out my entire backpack on my bedroom floor. I searched through every pocket, notebook, and folder. No green paper. I even checked all the recycling bins at home, thinking maybe I'd thrown out the original and was misremembering where I'd put it. Nothing. I went back to my original handout and examined it carefully. All my notes were exactly as I'd written them, starting with pink ink that was now perfectly legible, then switching to blue halfway through. The content was the same. Everything was the same, except the color of the paper itself. The most disturbing part was that I started doubting myself. Had I hallucinated the green color? Was I remembering things wrong? Was I going crazy? I've never had anything like this happen before. I don't do drugs, I wasn't sleep-deprived, and I hadn't hit my head or anything that might explain a false memory. I took a photo of the paper with my phone just in case it changed again. I know that sounds paranoid, but I needed some kind of evidence that I wasn't completely losing my mind. A week has passed since then, and the paper remains off-white. No one else remembers it being green. There's not a single green handout anywhere in the school. I've looked everywhere. I've gone over every possible explanation. Maybe there was some weird temporary dye on the paper that faded. But why wouldn't anyone else notice or remember it? Maybe there was something wrong with the lighting in the classroom that day. But that wouldn't explain why I specifically switched pens because the pink wasn't visible. The most logical explanation is that I somehow mixed up reality with a dream or my imagination. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. The paper was green, and then it wasn't. I know this sounds completely ridiculous. It's such a small thing, the color of a piece of paper, but it's driving me insane because it's impossible. Objects don't just change their physical properties overnight. Colors don't just disappear like that. I haven't told my parents because I know how it sounds. They'd probably want me to see a doctor or a therapist, and maybe I should. But I'm not having any other weird experiences or hallucinations. It was just this one thing, this one piece of paper that inexplicably changed overnight. Sometimes I take out the handout and just stare at it, willing it to turn green again, to prove that I wasn't imagining things. It never does. It just sits there, mockingly normal, with my pink and blue notes exactly as I wrote them. I've started questioning other things now. Are my memories reliable? Has anything else changed that I haven't noticed? I find myself taking pictures of things in my room before I go to bed, just to make sure they're the same the next morning. Yesterday, I went back to Mr. Brennan after school and asked him directly if he's absolutely sure he didn't print the project guidelines on green paper initially and then reprint them. He seemed concerned about me at this point and confirmed again that no, all handouts had been on regular paper. He even showed me the remaining copies from the original print batch, all off-white. I don't know what else to do. I can't prove what I saw. I can't convince anyone else because there's no evidence. But I know what I experienced. That paper was green and now it's not. And if that's possible, if something so basic about physical reality can just change overnight, then what else could change? What else might I wake up to find completely different, with no one else remembering it was ever any other way? It's been a month, and I still check that handout every day. It never changes back. Sometimes I think maybe it was all in my head, but then I look at my notes, pink ink at the top, switching to blue halfway through, and I know I didn't imagine it. I switched pens for a reason. The paper was green. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I wouldn't believe it if someone told me this story. But I know what I saw, and nothing will ever convince me otherwise. A piece of paper changed color overnight, and no one else remembers it but me. And I have absolutely no explanation for how or why it happened. I'm still shaking as I type this. I don't know where else to turn or who would believe me. I need to get this off my chest before I completely lose my mind. Back in 2007, I was a sophomore at Millfield High. It wasn't a big school. Our graduating class had maybe 120 kids total. Everyone pretty much knew everyone, or at least recognized their faces. I wasn't what you'd call popular, just a regular kid who played JV basketball and hung out with the same 5 or 6 guys most days. There was this senior named Mark Daniels who sometimes sat at our lunch table. He wasn't really part of our friend group, just a guy who ended up sitting with us because the cafeteria was crowded and we had space. Mark was quiet, kind of kept to himself, but was decent enough. He'd jump into our conversations sometimes, especially when we talked about basketball or video games. He had this really distinctive laugh, sort of a weird, snorting chuckle that started quiet and then exploded out of nowhere. Once you heard it, you couldn't forget it. I remember he wore the same gray hoodie almost every day, had shaggy brown hair that was always falling in his eyes, and drove this beat-up blue Toyota his dad had passed down to him. Nothing special about him, really. Just a normal guy who graduated and disappeared from my life like most high school acquaintances do. Fast forward to 2017. I was bored one night scrolling through Facebook, doing that thing we all do where you check up on people from high school to see what they're doing now. I looked up a few of my old basketball teammates, then remembered Mark for some reason. It had been a decade since I'd thought about him, but something made me type his name in the search bar. What I found hit me like a punch to the gut. The first result was his profile, but when I clicked on it, his wall was filled with rest in peace messages, dozens of them, all dated about 3 weeks earlier. People writing things like, "Can't believe you're gone," and "Miss you already, man." His profile picture had this weird gray memorial filter over it. My stomach dropped. I scrolled further and saw posts from what looked like his family members. A sister named Amy thanking everyone for their support. His mom posting about funeral arrangements. There was even one from his dad that just said, "My son, my heart," with a picture of Mark as a kid holding a basketball. I immediately Googled Mark Daniels' Millfield obituary and found it in our local paper, the Millfield Gazette. I clearly remember the photo they used. It was his senior picture from our yearbook, the one where he's wearing a blue button-up shirt and finally got a haircut. The obituary said he died unexpectedly at age 28. No cause of death mentioned, which made me wonder if it was suicide or an overdose, sadly common in our town. I texted my friend Chris, who had been closer to Mark than I was, asking if he'd heard. He called me right away, and we spent like half an hour talking about how crazy and sad it was. Chris had actually run into Mark at a gas station about 6 months earlier. Said Mark had moved back to Millfield after college, was working at his uncle's insurance company. Chris mentioned Mark had seemed quieter than usual, maybe a little down. That night I actually poured a beer and toasted to Mark's memory. I still remember saying out loud, "Hope you found some peace, man." It felt important somehow, acknowledging his death even though we weren't close. Death hits different when it's someone your age, someone you sat across from at lunch, laughing about stupid teenage stuff. For weeks after, I'd occasionally think about Mark. Once I even had a dream where we were back in the high school cafeteria, but he was the only one there, sitting alone at our old table. When I woke up, I felt weirdly sad. Now fast forward to 3 weeks ago, and this is where everything goes completely insane. I was talking with my girlfriend about people from high school, and Mark's name came up. I told her the story about finding out he died a few years back. She asked how he died, and I realized I never actually knew. I decided to look up the obituary again to see if it mentioned anything, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I searched the Millfield Gazette archives. Nothing. I tried different date ranges, different search terms. I even paid for a 1-month subscription to their digital archives to access articles behind the paywall. Nothing about Mark Daniels dying in 2017. Nothing about him dying at all. I told myself I must have misremembered the newspaper. Maybe it was posted in the county paper instead. So I searched there. Nothing. I tried obituary websites, funeral home pages from our area. Nothing. Okay, I thought. I'll just check his Facebook again. The condolence messages would still be there. But his profile was gone. Completely gone. Not just deactivated. There was no trace of it ever existing. I searched for his sister Amy's profile to see if she'd posted anything about him. Her profile was there, but when I scrolled back to 2017, there was nothing about her brother dying. Nothing at all. By this point, I was seriously freaked out. I texted Chris. "Hey man, remember when Mark Daniels died a few years ago? Do you remember how he died?" His response made my blood run cold. "Mark Daniels? From high school? Pretty sure he's still alive, dude. Why?" I called Chris immediately. "What do you mean he's still alive? We talked about him dying. We had a whole conversation about it." Chris sounded genuinely confused. "What are you talking about? I don't remember that at all. Maybe you're thinking of someone else?" I described everything in detail. The Facebook memorial posts, the obituary, our phone call where he told me about running into Mark at the gas station. Chris swore none of it ever happened. He thought I was playing some weird joke on him. I hung up and sat there in a cold sweat. Was I losing my mind? Had I dreamed the whole thing? But it was so vivid, so detailed. I remembered specific words from the obituary, specific posts from his family members. How could I have imagined all of that? I decided to dig deeper. I found my credit card statement from 2017 showing I'd ordered delivery the night I discovered Mark had died. I even found the text I sent Chris asking if he'd heard about Mark. But Chris's response wasn't there, like it had been deleted. For days, I was obsessed. I couldn't sleep. I kept searching online for any trace of Mark's death. I looked through old emails, text messages, anything that might prove I wasn't crazy. Nothing. Then I had a thought. What if I searched for Mark as if he were alive? Maybe I could find proof one way or the other. I searched Mark Daniels' Millfield Insurance, since Chris had said he worked at his uncle's insurance company. And there it was, a staff directory for Pearson and Daniels Insurance, with Mark listed as a sales agent. There was even a professional headshot of him. It was definitely Mark, older, with shorter hair and a more mature face, but unmistakably him. The same eyes, same slight crooked smile. The page said he'd been with the company since 2012. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. This couldn't be real. I had seen his obituary. I had seen the memorial posts. I had mourned him. I decided to look for his father on Facebook. I remembered his dad's first name was Robert from the obituary. I found a Robert Daniels in Millfield and clicked on his profile. The first post I saw was from 2 months ago, a family vacation photo at the beach, and there was Mark, standing next to his dad and sister, arm around what looked like a girlfriend or wife, smiling in the sunshine. The caption read, "Annual Daniels Family Vacation, best one yet. Ocean City 2019. I stared at that photo for what felt like hours. Mark wasn't just alive in some vague, theoretical way. He was right there, living his life, going on family vacations, working at his uncle's insurance company. He looked exactly like what I'd expect Mark to look like at 30, just an older version of the guy I knew in high school. I zoomed in on his face in that photo until the pixels blurred. It was him, undeniably him, not dead, not a memory, alive. I felt physically sick. The room seemed to spin around me. How was this possible? How could I have such clear, detailed memories of someone's death? Memories that included other people, like Chris, confirming it, when that person was apparently alive and well. In desperation, I drove past the insurance office where he supposedly worked. I sat in my car across the street, feeling like a complete stalker. After about 20 minutes, the door opened and people started coming out for lunch. And then there he was, Mark, in the flesh, walking out with 2 other guys in business casual clothes, laughing at something one of them said. That same distinctive snorting laugh I remembered from high school. He was right there, not 50 feet from me, as real and solid as the steering wheel I was gripping so hard, my knuckles turned white. I ducked down in my seat, sudden panic washing over me. What would I even say to him? "Hey, I thought you were dead." How do you have that conversation? I watched him get into a car, a newer model black Honda, not the beat-up Toyota from high school, and drive away. I sat there for another hour, trying to process what I'd seen. In the days since, I've come up with every possible explanation. Maybe I dreamed the whole thing about his death. Maybe I mixed him up with someone else who died. Maybe I had some kind of psychotic break. But none of those explanations fit. The memory is too clear, too detailed. I remember specific words from the obituary. I remember the exact date on the condolence posts. I remember the phone call with Chris. The only thing I can think of, and I know how insane this sounds, is that somehow reality itself has changed. Like I slipped between different timelines or something. In one timeline, Mark died in 2017. In this timeline, he never did. Or maybe reality got rewritten somehow. Like something happened that erased his death from history, that created this new version of events where he never died at all. I've tried to find scientific explanations. I've read about false memories, about the Mandela effect, about mass confabulation. None of it explains this. None of it explains how I could have such vivid, detailed memories that never happened. I haven't told anyone except you guys. Not my girlfriend, not my family. I made up an excuse to Chris about why I asked about Mark. What would I even say? I think I've slipped into an alternate reality where a guy from high school didn't die. They'd think I've lost my mind. Maybe I have. I've thought about reaching out to Mark directly, but what would that accomplish? From his perspective, he's just a normal guy living his life. He has no idea that in some other version of reality, or in my head, he died 3 years ago. The worst part is not knowing if I'm crazy or if something impossible has happened. If I'm going insane, at least that has a medical explanation. But if reality itself can change, if people can die and then be alive again with no one but me remembering, what does that mean for everything else I think I know? Every night I lie awake wondering, what else might be different in this reality? What else have I remembered that never happened here? Or what if it happens again, but next time it's someone close to me who disappears or reappears? I don't know how to live with this. I don't know how to trust my own mind anymore. All I know is that I remember, with absolute certainty, mourning someone who is now undeniably alive, and I have no explanation for how that could be possible. I swear I'm still shaking as I type this. I don't even know where to begin. I've spent the last 6 hours just pacing my apartment, trying to make sense of what happened. I'm not on drugs, I don't have mental health issues, and I've never experienced hallucinations before. But today I saw myself, not in a mirror, in real life, walking toward me. This morning started like any other Thursday. I got up around 7, showered, had my usual coffee and toast. I'd been putting off dropping off some paperwork at this manufacturing supplier on the edge of Westport's industrial district. My company needs some custom parts, and I finally had all the specs together. Since it was decent weather, I decided to walk instead of driving. It's about 30 minutes from my place, and I've been trying to get more exercise. I've lived in Westport for almost 3 years now, but I'll admit I don't know the industrial zone very well. It's all warehouses, loading docks, chain-link fences. Not exactly scenic. Around 10 a.m., I was walking down Hanover Street, which runs alongside this stretch of old brick warehouses. There wasn't much traffic, just a couple of trucks parked at loading bays. No pedestrians at all. The whole area had this weirdly empty feeling, like when you're in a normally busy place during off hours. I had my backpack on, just a regular dark blue JanSport with some papers and my laptop inside. I was wearing my usual work casual, gray chinos, navy blue windbreaker because it was a bit chilly, and my old brown boots. Nothing special. I had one hand in my pocket, scrolling through my phone with the other, checking the address of this supplier again. That's when I noticed someone walking toward me from the opposite direction. At first, I didn't think much of it. Just another person in this otherwise empty area. They were maybe a block away, walking steadily. I could see they were wearing a navy jacket, similar to mine, with the hood up. Not unusual for a chilly morning. But as we got closer to each other, maybe 40 feet apart, something felt off. Their walk looked familiar, too familiar. The way they were moving, the rhythm of their steps, even the slight forward lean. It was exactly how I walk. I know that sounds weird, but it's like when you see yourself in a store security camera and think, oh, that's how other people see me. I slowed down, so did they. We were both now walking cautiously toward each other. At about 20 feet away, I could see more details. Same height as me, same build, same chinos, same backpack. Not just a blue backpack, but my backpack, with that small tear on the front pocket that I fixed with black thread. Even the way they had one hand in their pocket, it was exactly how I was standing at that moment. My heart started racing. I felt cold sweat break out on my forehead. This had to be some kind of joke, right? A prank? But I don't know anyone who would do this, and how would they know where I'd be walking on a random Thursday morning? At 15 feet apart, the person reached up and pulled their hood back slightly. I nearly threw up. It was my face. My face. Not someone who kind of looked like me, not a resemblance. It was me, every detail exactly the same. The same dark brown hair that's starting to thin a bit at the temples. Same 5 o'clock shadow because I didn't shave this morning. Same small scar above my right eyebrow from when I fell off my bike as a kid. Same brown eyes, same slightly crooked nose that I broke playing basketball in college. We both stopped, about 10 feet from each other. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My throat felt like it was closing up. The other me looked just as terrified as I felt. His eyes were wide with the same shock I was experiencing. His mouth was slightly open, just like mine probably was. He even raised his right hand to his face in that nervous gesture I do when I'm completely freaked out. We stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds. Neither of us said a word. What do you say in that situation? Hi, me. I wanted to speak, to demand an explanation, but I was paralyzed. Then, in perfect synchronization, we both took a cautious step to our respective lefts to pass each other. As we passed, we both turned our heads, maintaining eye contact. I could see my own confusion and terror reflected in my eyes. It wasn't like looking in a mirror, though, because the angles were all wrong. It was like looking at myself from the outside. I have this very specific expression when I'm terrified. My left eyebrow lifts slightly higher than my right, and the corner of my mouth twitches. He had exactly that expression. Not similar, identical. As we passed each other, I felt this weird pull. Not physical, but like some kind of connection between us. The air felt charged, almost electric. The hairs on my arms stood up. There was this faint ringing in my ears that got louder as we walked past each other. Then we were past each other, both still walking in our original directions. I took about 5 more steps, my legs moving automatically while my brain was having a complete meltdown. Then I stopped. I had to look back. I had to confirm what I'd seen. I turned around, probably 15 feet from where we'd passed each other. The street was empty, completely, utterly empty. This is the part that still has me questioning my sanity. There was nowhere for him to go. The street stretched straight for at least another 200 feet. No side streets, no alleys. The warehouses on both sides had loading dock doors, but they were all closed except for one where 2 guys were unloading a truck, and they were at least 100 feet away. There were a few parked cars, but I would have seen him if he ducked behind one. It's like he just vanished, stopped existing the moment I turned my back. I ran back to where we'd passed each other. Nothing. I looked everywhere, behind dumpsters, checked if there were any doors in the warehouses I might have missed. Nothing. I even asked the guys at the loading dock if they'd seen anyone walking. They looked at me like I was crazy and said they hadn't seen anyone but me on the street all morning. I abandoned my errand, just turned around and practically ran home. The whole way back, I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see myself following me. Every reflection in a window made me jump. I thought I caught glimpses of navy blue jackets in my peripheral vision several times, but when I turned to look, no one was there. I've been home for hours now, trying to make sense of this. I've looked online for any reports of doppelgangers or twins separated at birth or whatever. But I was adopted as a baby, and even if I had an identical twin, how would they have the exact same clothes, the same backpack with the same repair, the same small scar? It's impossible. And then there's the other weird thing that's been happening since I got home. I keep experiencing intense déjà vu, like when my phone rang and it was my boss asking about the paperwork. I knew exactly what he was going to say before he said it. When I went to make a sandwich, I dropped the knife and watched it fall, feeling like I'd seen it happen before, in exactly that way. Even writing this post, these specific words feel like I've written them before, or read them before. It's like there's an echo of another reality overlapping with mine. The most logical explanation is that I hallucinated the whole thing, but I've never hallucinated before. I wasn't sleep-deprived, I wasn't on medication, I hadn't been drinking. Everything else about today has been completely normal and real. The other explanation is so much weirder that somehow, for a brief moment, I encountered another version of myself. Maybe from a parallel universe, a glitch in reality. I know how crazy that sounds, but what I saw was real. I saw myself walking toward me. We made eye contact. We passed each other. It happened. It's dark outside now, and I keep looking at my windows, half expecting to see my own face staring back at me from the darkness. I've triple-checked that all my doors and windows are locked. Not that locks would keep out whatever I saw today. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. I can't exactly go to the police and say, "Officer, I met myself today." My friends would think I've lost my mind. Maybe I have. But here's what's really freaking me out right now. What if the person I saw wasn't some other version of me crossing into my reality? What if I'm the one who crossed over? What if I'm now stuck in some alternate version of my world that's almost, but not quite, the same as my original one? Would I even be able to tell the difference? I keep checking little details around my apartment, trying to see if anything's different from how I remember it. So far, everything seems normal, but then again, would I notice if something had changed slightly? How accurate is my memory really? And what happens if I run into myself again? What happens if we speak to each other next time? Would that tear some hole in reality? Would one of us disappear? Would we both disappear? I don't know what to do. I don't know what it means. All I know is that today, on a normal Thursday morning, on a quiet industrial street in Westport, I walked past myself. And then my other self vanished into thin air. I haven't left my apartment since. I'm not sure I can face going outside tomorrow. What if he's out there? What if it happens again? What if next time I'm the one who vanishes? I keep replaying that moment when our eyes met. The recognition, the fear, the absolute certainty that I was looking at myself. Not a similar person, not a look-alike. Myself. I'll update if anything else happens, but right now I'm just trying to convince myself that I'm not losing my mind, that what I saw was real, that for a brief moment today, two versions of Alex Morgan existed in the same place at the same time. And now I can't shake the feeling that something fundamental has changed, like reality itself has a crack in it, and I'm stuck in the wrong version of my life. I've been sitting on this experience for months now, not knowing who to tell or how anyone would believe me. I'm still not sure I believe it myself, but I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating away at me, making me question everything I thought I knew about reality. I graduated from Elmwood University back in 2020, the COVID year. Everything was already weird enough with virtual ceremonies and lockdowns, but what happened 6 months ago at our reunion has completely destroyed my sense of what's real. It involves my classmate, Aaron Mitchell. The thing is, I distinctly remember Aaron dying from COVID during our senior year. I remember it clearly. I remember seeing the news spread across our class group chat. I remember the Instagram stories with RIP and little angel emojis. I remember messaging my girlfriend, now wife, about it. I remember feeling that punch-in-the-gut sensation when someone young dies unexpectedly. But apparently, none of that happened. Or at least, that's what reality is telling me now. Let me back up. Our 5-year reunion was held at the Woodside, this upscale bar near campus that none of us could afford when we were students. I was actually excited to go. After spending the last few years working remotely in tech, I was desperate for some social interaction that didn't involve a screen. I arrived with my wife, Layla, but she decided to head back to the hotel early since she didn't know anyone. I was catching up with some old friends when I spotted him across the room. I literally froze mid-sentence. Standing by the bar was a guy who looked exactly like Aaron Mitchell. My first thought was, that must be his brother. Aaron had mentioned having a brother who was a few years younger, though I'd never met him. I nudged my friend Devin and said, "Hey, is that Aaron's brother?" Devin looked confused. "What? No, that's Aaron." I laughed, thinking he was joking. Very funny. Aaron died during senior year, remember? From COVID? Devin's face scrunched up. "What are you talking about? Aaron didn't die. He's right there." I felt this weird buzzing sensation in my ears. Was this some elaborate prank? I must have looked pretty confused because Devin asked if I was feeling okay. I mumbled something about mixing up names and quickly excused myself to the bathroom. I splashed water on my face, staring at my reflection. I was absolutely certain Aaron had died. I remembered specific details, how he'd gone home to Chicago when campus closed, how he'd been hospitalized for 3 weeks before passing, how our class had organized a virtual memorial. These weren't vague impressions. They were concrete memories. When I returned, I decided to just observe. Maybe this was some look-alike, or maybe I was genuinely mixing people up. But no, when someone called him Aaron and he responded, I knew this was definitely Aaron Mitchell. Same slight gap between his front teeth, same distinctive laugh, same mannerisms. Throughout the evening, I kept my distance, watching him interact with everyone. Nobody acted like they were seeing a ghost. Nobody mentioned anything about his recovery. Everyone was treating him like he'd simply been there all along. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. As the night progressed, someone suggested taking a group photo to recreate our graduation picture. Someone pulled it up on their phone, a screenshot from the virtual ceremony where they'd displayed our photos in a grid. I casually positioned myself near Aaron to peek at the screen. And that's when I noticed it. Aaron wasn't in the graduation photo. His square was empty. "Hey, Aaron, why weren't you in the graduation ceremony?" someone asked. Aaron shrugged. "I don't really remember, to be honest. Think I had some family thing." That struck me as odd. Who forgets why they missed their college graduation? It's not exactly a minor event. After a few drinks, I worked up the courage to approach him. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Hey, man, long time no see," I said, trying to sound casual. "Raj, good to see you, dude." He gave me a friendly slap on the shoulder. His hand felt solid. Real. "So what have you been up to since graduation?" I asked, watching his face carefully. "Oh, not much. Working at my dad's business in Chicago. Been pretty quiet, you know how it is." I nodded, searching for any sign that this was all some weird joke. "Did you get hit hard by COVID back then? I remember Chicago had it pretty bad." "Nah, managed to avoid it somehow. Lucky, I guess." He smiled, taking a sip of his beer. His response was so normal, so mundane. If this was someone pretending to be Aaron, they were doing a hell of a job. If this was Aaron, and he hadn't died, then what the hell were all those memories in my head? I made small talk for a few more minutes before excusing myself. I couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness that had settled over me. Later, I cornered Devin when Aaron was out of earshot. "Devin, I need you to be completely honest with me. You don't remember anything about Aaron dying from COVID our senior year?" Devin looked genuinely concerned. "Dude, no, that never happened. Are you sure you're not mixing him up with someone else? Professor Landon died from COVID that year, remember?" But I wasn't mixing them up. Professor Landon had taught microeconomics and died in April 2020. I remembered that too, but it was completely separate from my memories of Aaron's death. I drove back to the hotel in a daze, my mind racing. When I got to our room, Layla was reading in bed. "How was it?" she asked. "Weird, really weird." I sat on the edge of the bed. "Layla, do you remember me telling you about a classmate who died from COVID during senior year?" She put her book down. "Yeah, that guy, Aaron, right? You were pretty upset about it. Said you'd had some classes together." My stomach dropped. Layla had never met Aaron. She had no reason to remember his name unless I'd told her about his death, which meant I wasn't crazy, or at least if I wasn't alone in my delusion. The next morning, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I opened Facebook and searched for Aaron Mitchell. His profile came up, but it hadn't been updated since 2018. No posts during the pandemic at all. I scrolled through my own timeline from spring 2020, looking for any mention of Aaron. Nothing. I checked my email next, searching for Aaron and condolences and any other keywords that might bring up correspondence about his death. Nothing. I even went through my text messages with Devin and other classmates from that time. Not a single mention of Aaron dying. But I remember it. Layla remembers me talking about it. And yet, Aaron is alive, walking around, drinking beer at reunions. Over the next few days, I reached out to a couple other classmates, casually asking if they remembered anyone from our class passing away during the pandemic. No one mentioned Aaron. It was like his death had been completely erased from everyone's memory except mine and, indirectly, Layla's. I even tried to find those Instagram stories I remembered so clearly, the RIP posts, the condolence messages. Nothing. It was as if they never existed. A week after the reunion, I worked up the courage to look up Aaron's brother on social media, thinking maybe he could shed some light on this. But according to his profile, Aaron's brother had been living in Australia since 2019, long before the pandemic hit. I messaged him anyway, making up some story about trying to reconnect with old classmates. "Hey, is your brother Aaron Mitchell from Elmwood University still in Chicago?" I asked. "Yeah, he's working with our dad," came the reply. "Want me to give you his number?" I declined, saying I'd found him on Facebook. But the confirmation just made everything more confusing. If Aaron had really died, surely his brother would know, right? I've spent months trying to make sense of this. At first, I thought maybe I'd dreamed it all, that I'd had some vivid nightmare about Aaron dying, and somehow my brain had filed it away as a real memory. But that doesn't explain why Layla remembers me telling her about it. Then I wondered if it was some elaborate hoax. Maybe Aaron had faked his death for some reason. But why would he do that? And why would every trace of it disappear from social media and everyone's memories except mine? I've gone down some dark internet rabbit holes looking for explanations, parallel universes, the Mandela effect, glitches in reality. None of it makes any sense, but neither does my experience. The most unsettling theory I've come across is that somehow reality itself changed. That in one version of events, Aaron died of COVID in 2020, but in this current reality, he didn't. And somehow I've retained memories from that other timeline, while everyone else's memories updated to match the new reality. Everyone except Layla, who only remembers what I told her. I know how insane that sounds. Trust me, I know. But what other explanation is there? I've started keeping track of other memories now, writing them down in detail, afraid that more of my past might suddenly change without warning. Every day I wake up wondering if today will be the day I discover something else that's wrong about my memories. The worst part is not being able to talk about it with anyone. I can't bring it up to Aaron. What would I even say? "Hey man, I distinctly remember you dying. Care to explain why you're not dead?" I can't tell my other friends because they already gave me weird looks at the reunion. And I can't tell a therapist because I'm afraid they'll think I'm having a psychotic break. Sometimes I wonder if I am, but I know what I remember. I remember hearing about Aaron's death. I remember feeling sad about it. I remember talking to Layla about it. These aren't vague impressions. They're clear, detailed memories. And yet, Aaron Mitchell is alive. Last week, he posted on Facebook for the first time since 2018. Just a casual update about a Cubs game. I stared at that post for an hour, trying to reconcile it with my memories. I don't know what happened. I don't know if I jumped between parallel universes or if reality somehow rewrote itself around me. All I know is that I remember a classmate dying who is very much alive, and I have no explanation for it. So I'm putting this out here, hoping that maybe someone else has experienced something similar, that maybe I'm not alone in remembering things that apparently never happened. Or maybe someone has an explanation I haven't thought of. Because right now, I'm questioning everything I thought I knew about reality, memory, and what it means to know something for certain. And it's terrifying. I still don't know how to explain what happened to us in Copenhagen 5 years ago. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, searched online for similar experiences, and even contacted the local historical society there. Nothing makes sense. I was visiting Copenhagen for my friend Mia's wedding in October 2018. My mom Eliza and my stepdad Marcus came with me since they'd never been to Denmark before and thought it would make a nice vacation. The wedding was on Saturday, but we flew in Wednesday to have time for sightseeing and to get over jet lag. Thursday morning, we woke up to heavy rain. Not just drizzle, but that constant soaking kind of rain that makes you not want to leave your hotel. But we needed to find a dress for me to wear to the wedding. I had planned to bring one from home, but my luggage got delayed and wouldn't arrive until Friday night, cutting it way too close for comfort. "We should just get you something here," my mom said while we were having breakfast at the hotel. "It'll be a nice souvenir from the trip anyway." Marcus, who hates shopping with a passion, groaned but agreed to come along. "As long as we can find somewhere I can wait if it gets boring," he said, already planning his escape. The hotel concierge recommended some shopping areas, and we decided on Struggett Street since it was supposed to have tons of clothing stores. We took an Uber there around 11 a.m. because of the rain, which hadn't let up at all. The moment we stepped onto the street, I was immediately disappointed. All the window displays were filled with clothes in these dull, dreary colors, lots of beige, olive green, and muted browns. It was like the whole street had agreed that October meant everything had to look like dead leaves. I'm the complete opposite. I love bright colors, especially purple, and nothing in these windows was speaking to me. "Maybe it's just what's in style here," my mom suggested as we ducked into the first store to escape the rain. The inside was exactly what the window promised. Racks and racks of boring neutral clothes. The few customers browsing looked just as dull as the merchandise. We left after 5 minutes. The next 3 stores were carbon copies of the first. Same color palette, same styles, same disappointment. By the 4th store, Marcus had given up and was just waiting outside under whatever cover he could find, smoking cigarettes and checking his phone. We were getting soaked despite our umbrellas, and my feet were starting to hurt from walking on the wet cobblestones in shoes that weren't meant for this much walking. I was just about to suggest we give up and try again tomorrow when my mom pointed to a store across the street. "What about that one? The window looks different." I squinted through the rain and saw what she meant. Even from across the street I could see flashes of color in the window display. Actual color, not the 50 shades of beige we'd been seeing all day. We carefully crossed the slippery street and approached the store. The sign above it read, "Elisabetta's," in this ornate gold lettering. The window display literally made me gasp. There were mannequins wearing the most gorgeous purple dresses I'd ever seen. Deep plum colors with gold embroidery, flowy lavender evening gowns, even a stunning violet cocktail dress that looked like it was made for me. "Oh my God, Mom, look at that dress." I pressed my face against the glass like a kid at a candy store. "That's more like it," she agreed, looking relieved. We were both soaking wet at this point, rain dripping from our hair and jackets. Marcus had followed us over and was standing a few feet away under a small vestibule next to the store entrance, lighting another cigarette. "You two go ahead," he called. "I'll wait here where it's dry." The vestibule was barely big enough for one person, just this little covered alcove with an old-fashioned gold light fixture above it. "We won't be long," Mom promised him, but we both knew it was a lie. We'd finally found a promising store, and we were going to take our time. When we walked in, the store was surprisingly busy compared to the others we'd visited. There were at least 15 customers browsing, and several staff members helping people. What struck me immediately was the layout. It was much bigger inside than it looked from the street. The space opened up into this beautiful boutique with high ceilings, ornate gold fixtures, and rack after rack of colorful clothes. But what really caught my attention was the staircase in the back, a spiral staircase with gold railings leading up to a second floor. None of the other stores we'd visited had multiple floors. They have a second level, I whispered to my mom, already moving toward the stairs. Let's check upstairs first. The second floor was even more amazing. It was dedicated entirely to formal wear. Rows of stunning evening gowns, cocktail dresses, and special occasion outfits in every color imaginable. But what was weird was how many purple options there were. It was like the store knew exactly what I wanted. I immediately spotted 3 dresses that were perfect for the wedding. The staff member who approached us, a tall woman with silvery blonde hair pulled back in a tight bun, was incredibly helpful. "These would look wonderful with your coloring," she said to me in accented English. Not Danish accented, though. It sounded more Italian, or maybe Spanish. I tried on the first dress, a deep purple A-line with subtle gold threading throughout the fabric. It fit like it was made for me, hugging my curves in all the right places. My mom teared up a little when I came out of the dressing room. "That's the one," she said. "You look beautiful, honey." I was so tempted to buy it right then, but I wanted to try the others too. The second was a lighter lavender with a more modern cut, and the third was a rich eggplant color with a vintage vibe. All 3 fit perfectly, which never happens to me. Usually I have to get dresses altered. "I can't decide," I admitted after trying them all. "They're all perfect." The woman helping us smiled. "Perhaps you should sleep on it. Come back tomorrow when you're not so wet from the rain. We open at 10. It was a reasonable suggestion. We were both dripping water everywhere, and my hair was plastered to my head. Plus, the prices were actually reasonable. Not cheap, but definitely affordable. So I could potentially buy 2 if I couldn't decide. "That's probably smart," my mom agreed. "We can come back first thing tomorrow when we're dry and can think clearly." As we headed back downstairs, I kept noticing more clothes I loved. There was a gold-patterned skirt that would be perfect for work, a deep blue blouse that matched my eyes exactly, and these adorable ankle boots in soft leather. It felt like someone had created a store just for my taste. "This place is dangerous," I laughed to my mom as we reluctantly headed for the exit. "I could spend my entire vacation budget here." "It's a good find," she agreed. "I'm glad we kept looking." We thanked the staff and stepped back outside. Marcus was still in the vestibule, now checking emails on his phone. "Finally," he sighed, putting his phone away. "Find anything good?" "The best store ever," I told him excitedly. "We're coming back tomorrow when we're not soaking wet." "Thank God," he said, looking up at the sky. "The rain's letting up a little. Can we please get lunch now? I'm starving." We noted the location. It was right across from a Boots drugstore, which made it easy to remember, and headed off to find food. The rest of the day was spent eating, drying off at the hotel, and then doing some indoor sightseeing at museums. The next morning, thankfully, was clear and sunny. After breakfast, we headed straight back to Strogat Street, this time walking since the weather was nice. Marcus was in a better mood and didn't even complain about more shopping. "Let's get this dress mission accomplished," he said, as we approached the same area from yesterday. "Which store was it again?" "It's across from that Boots," my mom said, pointing to the drugstore. "Right there." We crossed the street to where Elisabetta should have been. There was indeed a clothing store in the same spot with the same sign, but the moment we got close, I felt a weird sense of unease. The window display wasn't the same. Instead of the purple dresses that had caught my eye, there were mannequins wearing, you guessed it, beige and olive green outfits, just like all the other stores. "Is this the right place?" I asked, confused. "The sign says Elisabetta's, but those aren't the same clothes." "Maybe they changed the window overnight," my mom suggested, but she sounded uncertain. Let's go in and find those dresses you liked. We entered the store and my stomach dropped. It was completely different inside. Gone was the spacious boutique with high ceilings and gold fixtures. Instead, it was a normal, somewhat cramped clothing store with standard metal racks and fluorescent lighting. The spiral staircase was nowhere to be seen. In fact, it was clearly a single-floor shop. The clothes were nothing like what we'd seen yesterday. Everything was in those same muted, earthy tones that filled every other store window. Not a single purple dress in sight. Excuse me. My mom approached a young sales clerk who was arranging shirts on a display table. We were here yesterday, and you had a completely different selection of clothes. There were these beautiful purple dresses upstairs. The clerk looked confused. Upstairs? We don't have an upstairs, and we haven't changed our merchandise. New stock only comes in on Mondays. But there was a staircase right there, my mom insisted, pointing to a solid wall where the spiral staircase had been yesterday. A gold spiral staircase, and the whole store looked different. The clerk was now looking at us like we were crazy. I've worked here for 3 years. There's never been a staircase, and we've never carried much purple. It's not really in demand. My stomach was doing flips. I walked around the store, desperately looking for any sign of the beautiful clothes I'd seen and tried on the day before. Nothing. It was like we'd walked into a completely different store. Maybe we got the name wrong, I suggested weakly. Maybe it was a different store called something similar. But we both knew the sign outside said Elisabetta's, just like yesterday, and it was definitely in the exact same location, right across from Boots. My stepdad, who had been standing by the door looking bored, now joined us. What's taking so long? Didn't you say you already found dresses you liked? Marcus, my mom said slowly, does this look like the same store we were at yesterday? The one where you waited outside in that little covered area while we shopped? He looked around, frowning. The sign's the same, but I don't remember what it looked like inside since I didn't come in. But he walked back to the entrance and looked outside. That's weird. The little vestibule thing I stood under is gone too. We all went outside to check. He was right. There was no vestibule, no covered alcove, nothing. Just a flat storefront with a regular door. That's impossible, I said, my voice shaking a little. You stood right there smoking. We saw you. Marcus looked genuinely confused. I did. There was definitely a little covered area with an old light fixture. I remember because I took a photo of the street while I was waiting. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his pictures, then showed us. Sure enough, there was a photo of the rainy street from yesterday, taken from a slightly elevated position that would match where the vestibule had been. But in the reflection of a window across the street, you could just make out Marcus's silhouette under some kind of covering that no longer existed. We spent the next hour walking up and down the street, checking every store, convinced we must have somehow mixed up the location. But none of the other stores were called Elisabetta's. None had purple dresses in the window, and none had a second floor with a spiral staircase. Eventually, we gave up and found a dress for me in another store. A perfectly nice but uninspiring dark blue number that paled in comparison to the purple dresses I'd tried on in the Phantom store. Throughout the rest of our trip, we kept bringing it up, trying to make sense of what happened. Had we somehow wandered into a temporary pop-up store that was gone the next day? But that wouldn't explain the physical changes to the building, the missing staircase, the different interior layout, the vanished vestibule. We even went back to Elisabetta's one more time before leaving Copenhagen, but it remained stubbornly ordinary. The same boring clothes, the same single floor, the same flat exterior with no vestibule. In the 5 years since, my mom and I have talked about the Phantom store countless times. We've researched the history of that street, looked for any mentions of a store matching our description, even contacted a local historical society in Copenhagen to ask if there used to be a different building at that address. Nothing has ever explained what we experienced. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd bought one of those dresses. Would it have disappeared too? Or would I have a physical reminder of a store that seemingly never existed? What makes this even creepier to me is that we both experienced it, and Marcus saw the vestibule too. If it had just been me, I might have convinced myself I was remembering wrong or mixed up the locations. But 3 people don't hallucinate the exact same thing. To this day, it remains the strangest experience of my life. Every time I'm shopping and see a purple dress, I think about the Phantom store in Copenhagen and the perfect dresses that vanished as mysteriously as they appeared. It was a Tuesday morning when I first noticed something was off. I was rushing to get ready for work, coffee in hand, keys jingling as I approached my front door. As I went to lock up, the key wouldn't turn. I tried again and again, growing increasingly frustrated. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, it clicked into place. I brushed it off as just another annoyance in my hectic morning routine. But looking back, that was the moment everything started to unravel. Over the next few days, I kept having issues with my locks. Sometimes they'd work fine, other times they'd stick or feel different somehow. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something just felt wrong. I started to get this uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach every time I came home. One night, I swear I heard footsteps outside my bedroom door. I froze in terror, barely breathing, straining to listen. But then, nothing. Just silence. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the stress of my recent divorce was getting to me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I started double and triple checking my locks before bed. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I'd heard something. But every time I'd search the house, there was never anything out of place. About a week after the lock issues started, I came home to find my back door unlocked. I know I'd locked it that morning. I always do. That was when the real fear set in. I called a locksmith right away and had all my locks changed. For a few days, things seemed better. But then the problems started again. Keys not working, locks feeling different. I felt like I was losing my mind. Was I imagining things? Had the divorce really messed me up this badly? I confided in a friend, and she suggested I install a security camera. I was hesitant at first. It felt like admitting defeat, like I was letting my paranoia win. But eventually, I gave in. I set up a small camera in my living room, angled towards the front door. The first couple nights, nothing happened. I almost felt silly for installing it. But on the 3rd night, that's when my worst fears were confirmed. I woke up to a notification on my phone. The camera had detected movement. With shaking hands, I opened the app and watched the footage. And there he was, my ex-husband, creeping through my living room in the dead of night. I felt like I was going to be sick. How long had this been going on? What had he done while I was sleeping? My mind raced with horrifying possibilities. I watched, paralyzed with fear, as he methodically removed the lock from my front door. He replaced it with a new one, pocketed the old lock, and left as silently as he'd come. The whole thing took less than 10 minutes. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. As soon as the sun came up, I called the police. They took my statement and reviewed the footage. They seemed concerned, but I could tell they didn't fully grasp the gravity of the situation. To them, it was just a domestic dispute gone too far. To me, it was my worst nightmare come to life. The next few days were a blur of police interviews and sleepless nights. They managed to track down my ex using neighborhood surveillance cameras. When they brought him in for questioning, he broke down and confessed everything. He'd been coming into my house for weeks, sometimes just to look around, sometimes to move things slightly out of place. He said he wanted me to feel unsettled, to make me doubt myself. The lock switching was his way of maintaining control, of reminding me that he could get to me whenever he wanted. Hearing all of this, I felt violated in a way I can't even describe. My home, the one place I was supposed to feel safe, had been invaded over and over again. The thought of him standing over me while I slept, it still makes me sick to my stomach. In the aftermath, I couldn't stay in that house anymore. Every creak, every shadow made me jump. I'd wake up in cold sweats, convinced he was there. Even though I knew he was in custody, the fear wouldn't leave me. I ended up moving across town to a small apartment in a secure building. I changed my routine, my phone number, everything. But even now, months later, I still find myself checking the locks obsessively. I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, sure that I've heard someone in my home. The physical danger may be gone, but the psychological scars remain. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again. How do you rebuild your sense of security when it's been shattered so completely? I'm sharing this because I want others to trust their instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Don't let anyone gaslight you into thinking you're crazy or paranoid. Your safety and peace of mind are too important. And to anyone who's been through something similar, you're not alone. It's a long road to recovery, but we'll get there. One day at a time, one locked door at a time. I still don't understand why he did it. What was he hoping to achieve? Did he enjoy knowing he was terrorizing me? These are questions I'll probably never have answers to, and maybe that's for the best. For now, I'm focusing on healing, on reclaiming my sense of safety and autonomy. It's not easy, but I'm determined to not let this experience define me. I refuse to live in fear forever. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering what would have happened if I hadn't installed that camera. How long would it have gone on? What would he have escalated to next? The possibilities haunt me, but then I remind myself that I did catch him, that I trusted my instincts and took action, and in doing so, I took back control. It may not feel like it some days, but that was the first step in my journey to recovery. I know the road ahead is long, and there will be good days and bad days, but I'm hopeful. Hopeful that one day I'll be able to walk into my home without that twinge of fear, that I'll be able to sleep through the night without waking up in a panic. Until then, I'll keep moving forward, keep healing, keep fighting, because that's all any of us can do in the face of trauma. Keep going, one day at a time. To anyone reading this who might be in a similar situation, trust yourself, take precautions, reach out for help. You're stronger than you know, and you don't have to face this alone. And remember, healing isn't linear. Some days will be harder than others, but every day you get through is a victory. Hold on to that. As for me, I'm taking it one day at a time, learning to trust again, both others and myself. It's a slow process, but I'm getting there, and that's something no one can take away from me. I never thought I'd be the person living in constant fear and paranoia, but here I am. It all started about 3 months ago on what seemed like a normal Tuesday. I had just gotten home from my bartending shift around 2 a.m., exhausted as usual. All I wanted was to crash in bed, but something felt off as soon as I walked through the door. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. The house looked the same. Nothing was obviously missing or out of place. But there was this nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach that something wasn't right. I did a quick walkthrough of the rooms, telling myself I was just being paranoid. Everything seemed fine until I got to the kitchen. That's when I noticed it. The window above the sink was slightly ajar. I always keep that window locked, especially when I'm gone all night for work. My heart started racing as I realized someone must have been in my house. I grabbed a knife from the counter and searched every room, but there was no sign of an intruder. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, there wasn't much they could do. No forced entry, nothing stolen, no fingerprints. They took a report, but basically told me to be more careful about locking up. I felt so unsettled that night, jumping at every little sound. I barely slept a wink. The next day, I installed a new deadbolt on the kitchen window and checked all the other locks obsessively. I tried to convince myself it was a one-time thing, maybe just some kids messing around. But deep down, I knew something more sinister was going on. A week went by, and I started to relax a little. Then it happened again. This time I came home to find muddy footprints on the kitchen floor. Someone had definitely been inside while I was at work. I called the police again, but it was the same story. No real evidence, no leads. I was beyond freaked out at this point. Who was coming into my house and why? What were they looking for? I started leaving work early, varying my schedule, anything to try and catch them in the act. But they always seemed to know when I'd be gone. It wasn't until about a month in that I finally discovered what they were up to. I had taken a rare day off and was up in the attic looking for some old winter clothes when I stumbled upon it, a small electronic device, carefully hidden behind some boxes. I had no idea what it was, but I knew it didn't belong to me. I took it to a tech-savvy friend, and he confirmed my worst fears. It was some kind of signal booster or Wi-Fi extender. Someone was using my house as a base for God knows what kind of illegal online activity. The realization made me sick to my stomach. Back to the police I went, device in hand. They took it more seriously this time, but still couldn't track down who was responsible. They said it was likely part of a larger hacking operation, using residential houses as cover. Great. So not only was I dealing with a break-in, but potentially dangerous criminals too. From that point on, I became obsessed with security. I installed motion sensors on every window and door. I got cameras for inside and outside the house. I changed every password I had and started using a VPN. I even considered moving, but the idea of starting over somewhere new was overwhelming. The invasion stopped after that, or at least I think it did. But the damage was done. I live in a constant state of hypervigilance now. Every creak of the house, every notification on my phone sets me on edge. I find myself checking and rechecking the locks multiple times a night. My friends tell me I need to relax, that lightning doesn't strike twice. But they don't understand. Once you've had your sense of safety and privacy violated like that, you can never go back. I'm always wondering, are they watching me? Will they come back? Have they moved on to another unsuspecting victim? I've become that person who jumps at shadows, who sees threats around every corner. I hate what this has done to me, how it's changed me, but I don't know how to stop. The fear has become a part of me now. Sometimes I think about quitting my job, finding something with normal hours so I'm not leaving the house empty at night. But then I wonder, is that what they want? For me to completely upend my life? I refuse to give them that satisfaction. So I stay, I work, I try to live some semblance of a normal life. But it's all a facade. Inside, I'm constantly on alert, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Every time I come home, there's that moment of dread before I open the door. Will this be the day I find them inside? Or worse, will they be waiting for me? I've started having nightmares about faceless intruders. In my dreams, I'm always too late, always one step behind. I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I've heard someone in the house. It takes hours to calm down enough to sleep again. The worst part is the not knowing. Who were they? What exactly were they doing? Are they still out there planning their next move? The police say there haven't been any similar cases reported, but that doesn't make me feel better. It just makes me wonder why I was targeted. I've become a regular at the hardware store, always adding new locks, new alarms, anything to feel a little safer. The employees probably think I'm crazy, but I don't care. They haven't lived through what I have. My dating life has taken a hit too. How do you explain to someone why you need to check every room before you can relax? Why you flinch at unexpected noises? I've stopped inviting people over altogether. My house doesn't feel like a home anymore. It's a fortress, a prison of my own making. There are moments when I think about packing it all in, selling the house and starting fresh somewhere new. But then the paranoia kicks in again. What if they follow me? What if the next place is even less secure? At least here, I know every inch, every potential entry point. I've started seeing a therapist, trying to work through some of this anxiety. She says it's a normal response to trauma, that it will take time to feel safe again. But how can I ever feel safe when I know how easy it is for someone to invade your space, your life? The rational part of my brain knows that the chances of it happening again are slim, but the fear doesn't listen to reason. It's always there, whispering worst-case scenarios, making me double and triple check everything. I find myself watching my neighbors now, wondering if they've experienced anything similar. Are their homes being used too? Should I warn them? But how do you even start that conversation without sounding completely unhinged? Sometimes I think I see unfamiliar cars parked on the street, or catch glimpses of someone watching the house. But when I look again, there's nothing there. Am I imagining things now? Has the fear completely taken over? I've considered reaching out to other victims of home invasions, trying to find some solidarity or understanding. But every time I start to type out my story, I stop. Putting it into words makes it all too real, too raw. So here I am, 3 months later, living a life I barely recognize. My once cozy home now feels like a fortress, my once carefree spirit replaced by constant vigilance. I tell myself it will get better with time, that eventually the fear will fade. But deep down, I'm not sure I believe it. Every day is a battle between the person I used to be and this new paranoid version of myself. I want so badly to feel normal again, to not flinch at every sound or shadow. But I don't know how to bridge that gap. For now, I take it one day at a time. I go to work, I come home, I check every lock and sensor. I try to find small moments of peace, of normalcy. But always, there's that undercurrent of fear, that knowledge that my sanctuary was violated and can be again. This is my life now, forever changed by a faceless intruder and a small electronic device. I don't know if I'll ever fully recover, ever feel truly safe again. But I'm trying. God, I'm trying. Because the alternative, letting the fear win completely, is unthinkable. So I keep going, keep fighting, hoping that someday, somehow, I'll find my way back to feeling secure in my own home. That evening, as I was grading papers at the kitchen table, I kept hearing odd noises, little thumps and creaks that I'd never noticed before. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just the house settling or the wind outside, but something felt off. I couldn't shake this eerie feeling of being watched. My cat Luna seemed on edge too. She kept staring intently at the wall near the entryway, her tail twitching. At one point she let out a low growl, which was unlike her. I got up to investigate, but didn't see or hear anything out of the ordinary. Still, goosebumps prickled on my arms. I had trouble falling asleep that night. Every little sound made me jump. I tossed and turned for hours before finally drifting off into a restless sleep. I woke up exhausted the next morning, my nerves still on edge. The day dragged on at school. I was distracted and kept zoning out during lessons. My students definitely noticed something was off, but I brushed off their concerned looks. By the time the final bell rang, I just wanted to get home and relax. As soon as I walked in the front door that afternoon, Luna came running up to me, meowing urgently. She led me straight to the entryway closet, pawing at the baseboard. My heart started racing. With shaking hands, I pushed aside the coats and crouched down to take a closer look. That's when I saw it, a tiny gap where the baseboard met the wall, just big enough for a mouse, or for someone to peer through. I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling. This had to be my imagination running wild, right? But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. With trembling fingers, I called my neighbor Mike, who's pretty handy with home repairs. I tried to keep my voice steady as I asked if he could come take a look at some odd wiring in my closet. Mike arrived about 20 minutes later. I nervously explained what I'd been hearing and showed him the gap in the baseboard. He examined it closely, then started feeling along the wall. Suddenly, he paused. "Hey, does this section of wall feel different to you?" he asked. I ran my hand over the spot he indicated. The texture did seem slightly off compared to the surrounding area. Mike tapped it gently, and we both heard a hollow sound. "I think there might be a false wall here," he said quietly. "Want me to open it up?" I nodded, my mouth dry. Mike went out to his truck to grab some tools. When he returned, he carefully pried off a section of the baseboard, revealing a seam in the drywall. With growing dread, I watched as he cut along the seam. The section of wall swung open like a door, exposing a cramped pitch-black space behind it. The musty smell that wafted out made me gag. Mike shone his flashlight inside, and we both gasped. Crammed into the tiny space was a sleeping bag, some empty food wrappers, and a few articles of clothing. It looked like someone had been living in there. I stumbled backwards, my legs giving out. Mike caught me before I hit the ground. "Oh my God," I whispered. "Someone's been living in my walls?" Mike immediately called the police while I sat there in shock, unable to process what was happening. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare. The next few hours passed in a blur. Police officers swarmed my house, dusting for prints and examining every inch of the hidden space. They confirmed that someone had indeed been living there, possibly for weeks or even months. But there was no sign of the intruder. I answered their questions in a daze, barely able to string together coherent sentences. How long had this person been there? Had they been watching me? The thought made my skin crawl. As the investigation wrapped up, an officer gently suggested I stay with a friend or family member for a few days while they continued searching for the culprit. I nodded numbly and called my sister to come pick me up. That night at my sister's house, I barely slept a wink. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined a stranger silently creeping through my home while I slept unaware. The violation of my personal space, my sanctuary, left me feeling utterly vulnerable. Over the next few days, I worked with the police and a home security company to completely seal off the hidden space and install motion sensors throughout my house. Logically, I knew the intruder was long gone, but I couldn't shake the paralyzing fear. It's been weeks now, and I still jump at every little sound. I've had countless nightmares about waking up to find a stranger standing over my bed. Some nights I don't sleep at all, instead sitting up with all the lights on, clutching Luna close. I've debated selling the house and moving, but the thought of starting over somewhere new is overwhelming. This was supposed to be my forever home, the charming old fixer-upper I'd dreamed of. Now it feels tainted, no longer the safe haven it once was. My friends and family have been incredibly supportive, but they can't truly understand the bone-deep fear I'm living with. How do you ever feel safe again, knowing that someone invaded your most private space without you even realizing? The police still haven't found any leads on who the intruder might have been or how long they were living in my walls. Part of me doesn't want to know the details. I'm not sure I could handle it. But the not knowing is its own kind of torture. I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, checking and rechecking that doors and windows are locked. I've become hyper-vigilant, analyzing every little sound or movement. It's exhausting, but I can't seem to let my guard down. Some days are better than others. I'm slowly trying to reclaim my space, to convince myself that my home is truly mine again. But then I'll catch a glimpse of that sealed-off section of wall, and the fear comes rushing back. I know that rationally, the chances of something like this happening again are incredibly slim. But the knowledge that it happened once has shattered my sense of security. Will I ever truly feel safe in my own home again? Only time will tell. For now, I'm taking it one day at a time, seeing a therapist to work through the trauma, leaning on my support system, and desperately hoping that someday this will all feel like a distant bad dream instead of my daily reality. If you've made it this far, thank you for listening to my story. I'm not sure why I felt compelled to share it, maybe in hopes that putting it out there will help me process it all, or maybe as a warning to others to always trust your instincts if something feels off. You never know what might be lurking just out of sight. At first, everything seemed normal. Sure, the house was a bit creaky and drafty, but that's to be expected with these old places. I spent most of my time buried in books and research anyway, so I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings. That all changed one night when I was up late working on a paper. It was around 2 a.m. when I heard a strange scratching sound coming from the basement. My first thought was that it must be mice or something, but as I listened more closely, it sounded bigger, more deliberate. I tried to ignore it and focus on my work, but the noises kept getting louder and more frequent. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. Heart pounding, I grabbed a flashlight and slowly made my way down the rickety basement stairs. The beam of light swept across dusty shelves and cobwebbed corners. Everything looked normal at first glance, but then I noticed something odd. A stack of cardboard boxes that I didn't remember being there before. As I got closer, I realized the boxes were filled with all kinds of random items. Canned goods, toiletries, cleaning supplies. It was like someone had raided the clearance aisle at a dollar store. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. That's when I heard it, footsteps creaking on the floorboards directly above me. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. The footsteps were moving towards the basement door. In a panic, I switched off my flashlight and pressed myself against the wall, praying I wouldn't be seen. The door slowly creaked open. A shaft of dim light spilled down the stairs as a dark figure began to descend. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears as I watched the shadowy form draw closer. Suddenly, the power went out, plunging everything into pitch blackness. I heard a muffled curse and the sound of someone stumbling on the stairs. Then rapid footsteps as the intruder bolted back up and out of the basement. I stayed frozen in place for what felt like hours, afraid to move a muscle. When I finally worked up the courage to fumble my way back upstairs, I found the front door wide open, swinging in the night breeze. With shaking hands, I called the police. They arrived quickly and searched the property, but found no sign of the intruder. However, they did confirm my fears about the boxes in the basement. It turns out they were full of merchandise stolen from a nearby supermarket over the past few months. The officer told me it looked like someone had been using my basement as a temporary storage spot for their heists. They'd probably been sneaking in and out for weeks without me noticing. I felt sick to my stomach. To think that some stranger had been lurking just below my feet this whole time, coming and going as they pleased. I couldn't wrap my head around it. The next few days were a blur of police statements and sleepless nights. I kept imagining I heard noises, jumping at every little creak or groan of the old house. I tried to convince myself that it was over, that the thief wouldn't be stupid enough to come back now that they'd been discovered. But I couldn't shake the feeling of violation, of no longer being safe in my own home. I started sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed. I installed new locks and motion sensor lights. But nothing could erase the knowledge that my privacy had been so thoroughly invaded. The final straw came about a week after the incident. I was doing laundry in the basement when I noticed something poking out from behind the dryer. It was a small notebook, filled with what looked like plans and schedules, delivery routes for the supermarket, employee shift changes, security patrol timings. Seeing those meticulous notes made it all too real. This wasn't just some random break-in. Someone had been watching, planning, using my home as their personal command center for who knows how long. I couldn't take it anymore. That very day, I started looking for a new place to live. I found a small studio apartment in a secure building with 24/7 surveillance. It costs nearly twice as much as the old house, but it's worth every penny for my peace of mind. It's been a few months now since I moved. The police never caught the person responsible. Sometimes I still have nightmares about shadowy figures creeping through my home. I find myself constantly checking locks and looking over my shoulder. I know logically that I'm safe now, but I don't think I'll ever fully shake the feeling that I'm being watched, that at any moment my sanctuary could be invaded again. The scariest part is how long it went on without me noticing, how oblivious I was to the danger right under my nose. It's made me realize how vulnerable we all are, even in the places we think are safest. I still can't believe it happened to me. Some days it feels like a bad dream, but then I'll catch a glimpse of the headlines about more store robberies in my old neighborhood, and it all comes rushing back. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly secure again, but I'm trying to move forward, one day at a time. I just hope that by sharing my story, maybe I can help someone else avoid going through what I did. Always trust your instincts and never take your safety for granted. You never know what might be lurking just out of sight. I'd been living alone in my little cabin on the outskirts of town for about 5 years at that point. It was peaceful out there, surrounded by pine trees and silence. During the day, I ran my small bookshop in town, but evenings were for curling up by the fire with a good novel and a cup of hot cocoa. I loved the solitude, especially in winter when everything was blanketed in pristine white snow. That night started like any other. I closed up the shop around 6 p.m. as a heavy snowstorm was rolling in. The drive home was treacherous, my old pickup truck fishtailing on the icy roads as fat flakes obscured my vision. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the wind was howling and snow was coming down in thick sheets. I hurried inside, stamping the snow off my boots in the mudroom. The cabin was dark and chilly, so I got a fire going in the wood stove and turned on some lamps. Outside my windows, all I could see was a wall of white as the blizzard raged. I heated up some leftover chili for dinner and settled in with my latest mystery novel, grateful to be safe and warm inside while nature unleashed its fury. Around 10 p.m., I was just thinking about heading to bed when I heard it. A sharp, distinct knock at the front door. 3 raps in quick succession. I froze, my body instantly flooded with adrenaline. Who the hell could be out in this storm? And how did they even make it up my long, unplowed driveway? "Hello?" I called out hesitantly. No response. Heart pounding, I crept to the front door and peered out the peephole. All I could see was swirling snow in the glow of my porch light. No sign of anyone. I told myself I must have imagined it. The wind was fierce. A branch probably hit the door or something. I double-checked that the deadbolt was locked and headed back to the living room. But before I could even sit down, another knock came. This time from the back door. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. This was no branch. Someone was out there circling my house. "Who's there?" I yelled, my voice shaky. "I'm armed." A lie, but they didn't need to know that. Silence, just the roar of the wind. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from the kitchen drawer and cautiously approached the back door. The small window was fogged with condensation. I wiped it clear with my sleeve and shone the light out into the yard. Nothing but white. But wait, there, at the edge of the beam, footprints, fresh ones, leading away from the door and disappearing into the whiteout conditions. My breath caught in my throat. This was really happening. Someone was out there, stalking around my house in the middle of a blizzard. I ran from window to window, desperately trying to catch a glimpse of the intruder, but the storm made it impossible to see more than a few feet. Another knock, this time at my bedroom window. I yelped and dropped the flashlight, plunging myself into darkness. Scrambling, I found my phone and dialed 911 with trembling fingers. It rang and rang, but no one picked up. The storm must have knocked out the cell towers. I was on my own. For the next 2 hours, the knocking continued. Sometimes it was soft taps, other times violent pounding that rattled the windows. It moved around the house in no discernible pattern. Front door, side window, back door. Over and over. I huddled in the center of the living room, as far from the walls as possible. My eyes darted frantically from one entry point to another, terrified that at any moment a window would shatter or a door would splinter. Why were they doing this? What did they want? The questions raced through my mind, but I had no answers, just overwhelming, paralyzing fear. Around 1 a.m., the knocking abruptly stopped. The silence was almost as unnerving as the noise had been. Had they given up, or were they preparing for something worse? I don't know how long I sat there, barely breathing, straining my ears for any sound. Eventually, I realized the wind had died down. The storm was passing. As the faintest hint of pre-dawn light began to creep into the sky, I finally worked up the courage to look outside. What I saw made my blood run cold. Footprints, dozens of them, circling my entire house. Some were deep, others just faint impressions, but they formed a complete perimeter around the cabin. Whoever it was had literally been walking circles around me all night long, but that wasn't the strangest part. Leading away from my driveway were two parallel lines in the snow, the tracks of a snowmobile. They disappeared into the trees, heading deep into the forest. I slumped against the wall, my legs giving out as the adrenaline finally faded. What the hell had just happened to me? The next few days were a blur. I reported the incident to the police, but with no real evidence beyond footprints, there wasn't much they could do. I installed security cameras and motion sensing lights all around the property, and I bought my first gun, a simple revolver that I now keep on my nightstand. It's been over 5 years, and nothing like that has happened again. But I've never felt truly safe in my home since that night. Every unexplained noise, every shadow in the yard, it all brings me right back to those terrifying hours. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if the isolation and the storm played tricks on my mind. But then I look at those security cameras, at that gun by my bed, and I know it was real. Someone was out there that night. Someone who spent hours terrorizing me for reasons I'll never understand. And the worst part is, they're still out there somewhere, waiting, watching. I just pray they never come back. Still can't see my family's faces. It's been 3 months since that day on the frozen lake, but every time I close my eyes, all I see is that endless white expanse and the ghostly figure emerging from the snow. I know I should probably talk to someone about what happened, but who would believe me? Hell, I'm not even sure I believe it myself. But I know what I saw, and I know it saved my life. It was early February, and I decided to go ice fishing despite the blizzard warnings. My dad and I used to go every winter when I was a kid, and after he passed away last year, I felt like I needed to keep the tradition alive. Maybe it was my way of feeling close to him again, I don't know. Looking back, it was a stupid, reckless decision, but grief does funny things to a person's judgment. I packed up my gear early that morning and drove out to Lake Superior. The wind was already whipping snow across the road, and I could barely see 20 feet in front of me. But I'd grown up in Duluth. I was used to harsh winters, or so I thought. By the time I got out onto the ice, the storm had picked up even more. I could barely stand upright against the wind as I trudged out to my usual spot about a quarter mile from shore. The world had shrunk down to a tiny bubble of white all around me. I couldn't even see the shoreline anymore. I set up my portable fishing shelter and got to work drilling my hole. The howling of the wind was deafening, drowning out the sound of my auger. As I worked, I kept getting this prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. But every time I looked up, there was nothing but swirling snow in every direction. Finally, I got my lines in the water and hunkered down in my shelter to wait. Hours passed with no bites. The storm showed no signs of letting up. I was starting to think about packing it in when I heard it. A voice carried on the wind. "You shouldn't be here." I nearly jumped out of my skin. I poked my head out of the shelter, squinting against the stinging snow, and that's when I saw him. About 50 yards away stood a man. At least, I think it was a man. He was tall and thin, dressed all in white. His face was obscured by the blowing snow, but I could feel his eyes on me. He raised one arm, pointing at me. "The ice isn't safe. You need to leave, now." His voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I blinked, and suddenly he was closer, maybe 30 yards away now. I scrambled out of my shelter, heart pounding. "Who are you?" I shouted over the wind. "How did you get out here?" He didn't answer, just kept pointing at me with that outstretched arm. And then I heard it, a deep, groaning sound coming from beneath my feet. I looked down just in time to see a crack forming in the ice, spreading out from where I stood like a spider web. Pure terror jolted through me. I turned and ran, abandoning all my gear. The cracking sound pursued me, gaining ground with every step. I could feel the ice shifting and buckling under my feet. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, but it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. My lungs were on fire, legs numb from cold and exertion. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, I saw the shore looming out of the white haze. I staggered the last few yards and collapsed onto solid ground, gasping for breath. When I finally managed to lift my head and look back, I saw nothing but unbroken white. No cracks, no mysterious figure, just the storm, raging on. I sat there for a long time, shaking uncontrollably, not just from the cold, but from the sheer impossibility of what had just happened. Who was that man? How did he know the ice was going to break? And where did he go? Eventually, I managed to stumble back to my truck and drive home. I spent the next few days in a daze, trying to make sense of it all. I scoured local news reports, looking for any mention of ice breaks or accidents on the lake. Nothing. I asked around town if anyone else had been out fishing that day. No one had. They all said I was crazy for going out in that storm. I've run through every possible explanation in my mind. Maybe I hallucinated the whole thing, some kind of stress-induced breakdown brought on by grief and isolation. But that doesn't explain the missing fishing gear. I went back out to the lake once the storm cleared, and there was no sign of my shelter or equipment. It's like it all just vanished. Part of me wonders if it was my dad somehow, watching over me from beyond. But that doesn't feel right either. Whatever I saw out there, it wasn't human. Not entirely, anyway. I haven't been back to the lake since that day. I can't bring myself to go near it. Sometimes I dream about it, that endless white expanse, that figure emerging from the snow. In my dreams, I'm not always fast enough to escape the cracking ice. I wake up gasping, sheets soaked with sweat. I know I should be grateful. Whatever happened out there, it saved my life. But I can't shake this feeling of wrongness, like I glimpsed something I wasn't supposed to see. A corner of reality pulled back for just a moment, revealing something beyond my understanding. I've thought about moving away from Duluth, trying to put it all behind me. But something keeps me here. Maybe I'm hoping for an explanation, some key that will make it all make sense. Or maybe I'm just afraid that if I leave, I'll be leaving behind the last connection I have to my dad and our shared memories on that lake. All I know is that I'll never look at a frozen lake the same way again. And every time it snows, I find myself searching the white expanse for that tall, thin figure, warning me, watching me, waiting. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that day, but I do know this. There are things out there beyond our comprehension, things that lurk in the silence and the snow, and sometimes, if we're lucky, they reach out to save us from dangers we can't see coming. But at what cost? What happens when you've seen behind the curtain, even for just a moment? How do you go back to a normal life after that? I don't have any answers. All I can do is share my story and hope that maybe, somewhere out there, someone else has experienced something similar, that I'm not alone in this, that I'm not going crazy. And if you ever find yourself out on a frozen lake in the heart of winter, and you hear a voice on the wind telling you to leave, don't hesitate, don't question it, just run. Run as fast as you can and don't look back, because some warnings only come once. The ice isn't always as solid as it seems, and sometimes The most dangerous things are the ones we can't see until it's almost too late.